The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson is absent. Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving into DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Before we go into our Perseverance Scholarship, I'm excited to announce that we have a 2024 Betcher Scholar from DCSD. However, this time of year is when our staff and students are incredibly busy as they begin to wrap up the school year, so our scholarship recipient couldn't be here this evening, but we wanted to give her a quick shout out anyway. Congratulations to Olivia Brewer from Rock Canyon High School, who is named one of the 50 Betcher Scholars across the state of Colorado. Olivia plans to attend the University of Colorado at Boulder. As a Betcher Scholar, Olivia will receive an $80,000 scholarship award across 4 years, along with institutional merit and need-based aid. As a comprehensive scholarship, the Betcher Award also includes a program and support system designed to help scholars maximize their academic leadership capabilities. Way to go, Olivia. We have sent a board recognition certificate over to Principal Andy Abner to present to Olivia. So our greatest congratulations for Olivia. Okay, and now to talk about our Perseverance Scholarships, a favorite of all of the admin leaders in this school district. Last week was an incredibly special time in Douglas County School District as we honored this year's Perseverance Scholarship recipients. We have awarded more than $300,000 in scholarships to high school seniors since the program began in 1988. Financial need and academic merit are key criteria used in selecting scholarship recipients. In addition, however, students who are awarded this scholarship have often overcome incredible personal challenges. From losing a parent at a young age to mental health challenges and more, these students are the reason that we come to work every day. They inspire us as they prepare to graduate and leave DCSD, and we know that their stories are just beginning. We recognized 12 Perseverance Scholarship recipients this year. They each received a $2,000 scholarship in their name, which is good for any college or vocational program of their choice. Tonight's video highlights one of this year's Perseverance Scholarship recipients, Daphne Fedig from Eagle Academy. You can see more of the Perseverance Scholars stories on the DCSD YouTube channel. So with that, we will play this amazing video about Daphne.
I'm Daphne Fedig and I'm a senior at Eagle Academy. I got here at the beginning of my junior year and at first was absolutely terrified and I'm not gonna lie, kind of angry. I was mad that I had to change schools, but it didn't take long for me to change my mind. Every teacher and every student here I have met has been like the most kind person. They always give you like so much grace. They're there to listen, they're there to help. The teachers really pushed me through and gave me so many opportunities.
Daphne has worked very, very hard with some of the challenges she's faced with her mental health and just life as a whole. She's a kind girl. She's very, very giving. If you talk to anybody in this building, they will tell you the same thing.
I gotta say, I definitely have had my fair share of challenges I've had to push through in my life. When I came here, it was because I wouldn't do anything in class. I was terrified of people. And I was so scared that everyone was just judging me all the time. Classes, hour and a half, full of kids. I would skip class most of the time. I remember vividly going out of my way to avoid history. I never wanted to do anything, so they asked me to come here, and it was such a different environment. I mean, there's only like 10 kids per class, you know, on average.
I know that Daphne struggled with some mental health issues that really hampered her ability to see yourself as an academically able student. The courage it takes to make a change and say, this is not working.
People gave me the space to talk. People reached out to me to be friends just 'cause. And it was like cold water in the face. It was so startling. And suddenly I wanted to be one of those people. I wanted to be the person that reached out to those students who were too scared to reach out. I wanted to be the person who changed people like me. And it like brought out a whole new me. I've never been more confident or social in my life.
She goes out of her way to talk to our new kids. You know, we plan activities so that we can include our new kids because we get new kids every quarter. And I just want her to remember to that pay it forward attitude that she has. I want her to keep it forever.
People have noticed how hard I've worked to get here, and I wanted to advocate for myself, really. Since coming here, I have not only fixed my entire grade point average, but also met so many wonderful people and taken so many wonderful opportunities. Psychology is where I found my strongest interest. I didn't know I had an interest in that until I got here, and it was very cool. I was enrolled at Legacy. I applied and got into the Future Educator program. So the first year of that has been all about child development and psychology.
She is excelling and seeing herself. She's going to Legacy to do the Future Teacher program. She is in our leadership. She is making the most of every opportunity here. And it is in spite of still having to get challenged by these mental health issues. And she is truly a hero in my mind.
I came here and I was very inspired by my teachers to finally make an impact on students like they did for me.
I would love for Daphne to know that your courage has impacted me just as much as I hope I've impacted you.
I'm never going to be able to forget the people here. It really is why it's such a special school. It's the people. I mean, we say it and it sounds really cheesy, but it's so true that Eagle's like a family. Here's where I feel like I was a human again. And I'm kind of scared to graduate, but I'm also really excited because they're the reason I'm graduating on time. So that day will be a very cool day. Graduating on time. So that day will be a very cool day.
And that concludes tonight's recognitions.
Very awesome. All right, moving into the acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is that the board approves the agenda as presented.
I move to adopt the agenda.
Can I just have one, just a thought, and I'm open to this, but since Director Thompson isn't here, I was considering asking to move the board budget to our next meeting, just to kind of, so I had a couple questions, so was hoping that we could just move, I guess, item 23.
So I move to adopt the agenda with one revision to table item 23.
Second.
Motion by Meek, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 6-0. On to superintendent updates.
Thank you. Today is National Teacher Appreciation Day, and there are simply not enough words to adequately thank our incredible educators for all they do for our 62,000 students. We greatly appreciate each of our educators so much and encourage our community to show their teachers their appreciation this week. This week is also DCSD Staff Appreciation Week. Thank you to all the amazing employees across our school district for everything they do. We celebrated at Wilcox with a staff breakfast this morning, and our schools, families, and PTOs are showering our employees with love throughout this week. Here are a few other milestones in May. May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. National School Principal Day was May 1st, which we were sure to shout out our principals on. School Lunch Hero Day was May 2nd. National School Nurse Day is May 7th. National School Communicators Day is May 9th, and so a huge shout out to Chief Communications Officer Stacy Rader and her entire team for the incredible work that they do. National Speech and Language Pathologist Appreciation Day is May 18th. Last Monday, I visited all of our feeder areas in a single day, allowing me to talk to about 3,000 educators and staff in person. It's one of my favorite days of the year. It was a lot of fun to see all of our amazing folks in our schools. I spent about 40 minutes in each feeder area talking about the state of our district and the future. Many thanks to Chief Technology Officer Mark Blair, who spent 20 to 30 minutes in each feeder area talking about AI. We both had a blast, and it was very well received. We asked employees to complete a short survey immediately after the presentation, and 86% said they are excited or very excited about the future of our school district, and 96% believe Douglas County School District is on the right track. So we are just beyond thrilled with those numbers, and we're super thankful to all of our schools for making it work for us to be able to visit all of our educators in our schools in a single day. And I will be getting out to DC Oaks and Eagle Academy, who have a different schedule. So I'll be sure to go out to those schools to present in person. Douglas County residents have received our annual direct mail piece. So I brought a show and tell. So it looks like this, and it went out as an annual report to our residents to talk about how we spend their tax dollars and what our district has achieved, and a little bit about plans for the future. We really believe it's important to be transparent about how taxpayer dollars are being used, how our school district is funded, and what we are accomplishing with those dollars. Congratulations to Douglas County High School students, Bryce Grafton, Holden Miller, and Alan Novak. They were recently named national champions at DECA in the Buying and Merchandising Operations Research category. This is our first ever world championship title for Douglas County High School in DECA, and we are so proud. Go Huskies. Tomorrow evening, 4 of our Rock Canyon High School students are being recognized by Skyridge Medical Center. Natasha Ahamarnai, Jane Douglas, Maida Kantamokola, I hope I did that right, and Aaron Weinberg are all participating in the Skyridge Future Career Volunteer Program and will receive a scholarship at this event. I got the privilege of going to the bus rodeo and technician competition this past Saturday at Castleview High School. This was such a cool event. It takes the entire day, and bus drivers and mechanics from across the Front Range all come and participate, and they participate in a number of competitions. So there are obstacle courses set up for buses, including parallel parking a bus, you know, with like 2 feet to spare on each side. I can't even imagine going through a field where you've got 1 inch clearance on each side and you have to not touch the walls. There were buses that were broken down for various reasons, and the mechanics had a competition to see which team could identify the problem and resolve it the quickest. It was a lot of fun, and it was just amazing to watch, and it was amazing to be out there with our folks from transportation. So many thanks to Donna Cretino for arranging this year's competition here at our home in Castleview. As you heard in the school spotlight, we had the honor of celebrating our 2025 Perseverance Scholarship recipients at the May District Leadership Team meeting last Thursday. As you could see from that video, there is never a dry eye in the house as we hear about the ways these students have persevered through life's challenges. Many of the videos are available to watch on the DCSD YouTube channel, and they are very touching. I highly recommend looking at them. The DCSD Art Show continues at Legacy Campus this week. I know many of you were able to stop by when we had the secondary artwork being displayed. This week, we have the elementary school artwork being displayed May 2nd through 8th, so anyone is welcome to stop by and check out our amazing, talented students and what they've been able to do. I know with the high school art, I could not stop looking every time I was there. It's just amazing. The annual DCSD retirement ceremony took place last Thursday, May 1st. While it is always sad to say goodbye to some of our employees, we absolutely wish them the best in retirement and thank them for their years of service to our district and to our kids. We, as many of you know, we have the Senior Gold Club card program. We have now distributed about 1,000 cards and are still counting. And that we just started that in January, so we're really excited to help our senior citizens become engaged in our school district through athletics and activities, as well as other fun things we have planned for them. So you can go to the website to join the Senior Gold Card program. The 2025 State of DCSD event is this Thursday, May 8th at 6 p.m. We will be celebrating our schools who are recipients of the 2024 John Irwin Schools of Excellence and 2024 Governor's Distinguished Improvement Awards. We will also be talking about the current state of our district, the future of our district, and we will be talking to some amazing students about their experience in our district with different career pathways, and they are incredibly inspiring. This event is open to the public. We welcome everybody to come learn about the state of our district. So again, that's Thursday, May 8th at 6 p.m. The Missy Martin Scholarship Ceremony is coming up on May 12th at 9 a.m. at Douglas County High School. The annual, I know the board will appreciate this, the annual chicken races at Sedalia Elementary take place on Friday, May 16th for a public. Yes, I did say chicken races. This is a very big deal each year, and it is absolutely amazing to watch. We have some esports winners to recognize. Congratulations to Highlands Ranch High School, who took the state championship for Mario Kart. Douglas County High School was ranked 34th in the state, but took second place in the state championship for Super Smash Brothers. And Ponderosa High School won the regional championship for both League of Legends and Splatoon 3. They also placed third for Madden football. Way to go to our esports kids. Graduations start next week. Many will be live streamed on the DCSD YouTube channel. I am amazed at how much this year has flown by. I want to recognize that tomorrow, May 7th, is the 6th-year anniversary of the tragedy that took place at STEM School Highlands Ranch, and I'd like to ask for a moment of silence, if we could. Thank you. Finally, this seems like a good time to recognize and thank our Director of Safety and Security, Johnny Grusing, his team, and our amazing SROs and law enforcement partners for all they do to keep our sick kids safe every single day. And that concludes our recognitions. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Moving into items 7 and 8. We are going to move to public comment. We'll start with those speaking about the 3 new charter applications and then move to general public comment. Tonight, 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience, and please also remember to speak into the microphone. We'll start with students, then move to remote, and then to in-person. So, we have Avika Bhatia, Berthika Kumar, and then Morgan Ham. Avika?
Let me check, we got it open.
Okay. What is your name?
I'm Morgan Ham.
Okay, we'll start with you, Morgan. Go ahead.
Cool. So, hi, my name is Morgan Ham, and I have been going to STEM School Highlands Ranch for 5 years now. And although I have had very many wonderful experiences I could be discussing, I'm deciding to focus on the athletic programs we have at STEM. This year, I played on our first ever girls basketball team, where I gained, first off, great leadership experience while being team captain, and I also went first team all-league as a freshman. I also got to experience winning the league championship with the girls volleyball team, where I learned all about perseverance and got mentored by many upperclassmen. I plan on joining the girls soccer team next year because I love all of the new experiences you get through STEM sports. Whether you're experienced in the sport, not experienced in the sport, you can always gain new experiences, and I personally love that about STEM. I haven't played soccer since I was like 5, but I've loved how they run basketball and volleyball, and I am really interested in it. I know people don't see a STEM school as very athletic or sportsy, but I think it's a very good experience that a lot of kids should have, and especially at STEM. Thank you.
Thank you. Avika Bhatia? Okay, sorry, Evika, I apologize.
Hello, my name is Evika and I'm currently a 6th grader at STEM. I'm so excited for this new school that might be happening in Castle Rock, and I have a few reasons about why I already love STEM. First, there are so many incredible things about my school, but for now let's keep it short. My top 3 things I love about STEM are that first, all of my teachers are extremely supportive and kind. Many of my teachers go above and beyond to make sure us students are at our academic best and getting exactly what we academically need. They also make sure that we are just fine in general, and they're so fun to talk to. Furthermore, my school has the most incredible variety of clubs. You may think since we're a STEM school, we might only have STEM, engineering, or science-related clubs. However, that's not true. We have clubs for every personality and every person, such as Broadcasting Club and Girls Persist, which I participate in. Lastly, STEM teaches life skills that very other few schools teach, such as public speaking, how to start a business, and so much more. Like in 3rd grade, we had something called Kid Town, where we had to learn how to run our own business by selling candy, food, etc. Okay. STEM has grown so much from when it was established, and honestly, it's a privilege to attend STEM as it's blossoming and growing even more. I hope that in the future it can exceed. Incredibly, thank you.
Thank you. Mrithika Kumar?
What school is as diverse, offers an incredible variety of clubs and events, and provides the safest environment? STEM does. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mrithika Kumar, a 6th grader at STEM School Highlands Ranch. STEM is an amazing school, and building another one would be a fantastic opportunity for students. STEM deserves this grant because of its diversity, its wide range of clubs and classes, and its safe environment. STEM welcomes students from many different backgrounds, teaching us to treat everyone as equals. This helps us learn to engage with new people and be inclusive. Our school also offers a large assortment of electives and after-school clubs. This allows students to explore new fields or deepen their knowledge in areas that they are passionate about. STEM students especially excel in TSA, speech and debate, science Olympiad, and many other activities. One of the standout features about STEM, though, is its security. With resources like Safe to Tell, Evolve Security, police officers and security guards, and ID badges, our school is one of the safest in the county. These measures ensure that nothing or no one dangerous enters the building, and students can report anything if necessary. This shows how much STEM staff care about their students. Another thing that STEM does is it implements virtual learning days. This is when Douglas County calls for a late start, but instead they allow students to attend class remotely rather than risking their safety while commuting. Establishing another STEM school would provide countless new opportunities for the students who want to pursue STEM careers in an amazing learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Arihant Soni, then Olivia Britt, and Raa Deetti.
Good afternoon to the DCSD Board of Education. I have a question for you. Which school has problem-based learning, amazing clubs, and accelerated learning? My school, STEM School Highlands Ranch, of course. So I, Arihant Soni, would like to show my support in creating a second STEM campus. The best part of STEM is the problem-based learning. As a STEM student and an 8th grader, it's a way of life, along with innovative spirit. This PBL system involves hands-on learning and much more, due to which I feel that I am more prepared for high school and beyond. As Ben Franklin said, "Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I may remember, and involve me and I learn." Also, our numerous extracurriculars consistently win awards and honors for the school. For example, the Technology Student Association program has produced many state officers, a national president, and for this year, 17 first place awards for event competitions. In addition, we have an award-winning Best Robotics team and other clubs that invoke excellence in the school. Finally, STEM is incredibly supportive of accelerated programs. Students can take high-level classes, allowing us to keep going even when we are ahead, which we are. There are many students who are taking math classes 2, 3, or even 4 levels higher than the average person in their grade. And they can find an adequate and a better challenge in general in this. As you can see, the STEM experience is ideal to prepare students for the future. And this is why I support expanding this initiative to another campus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Olivia Britt.
Hi. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Olivia Britt, and I'm a proud sophomore here at STEM School Highlands Ranch. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak with you all tonight. I love public speaking, and I am very honored to be nominated by my music teacher to speak in front of all of you tonight. STEM has truly changed the way I learn, like completely. I see the world. Before coming to school, it was just a normal thing I had to do, get through every day. I didn't enjoy school, but here at STEM, learning feels exciting and meaningful. It has changed my perspective on school. One of my favorite experiences here at STEM has to be one of our science labs, which was a blood lab, trying to find out what our blood type was. And I think it's so cool that we have opportunities like that to help grow my passions and make me more of a confident person coming to like science. Another thing I'm very passionate about is music. Our fine arts program has grown at a rapidly fast rate. We have so many ensembles. It has grown so much that we need a new music teacher, and because we need a new teacher means we have to occupy another classroom. But we don't have another classroom, so we do have to share with another teacher. I believe it would be benefit us artists if we had a separate wing dedicated to the fine arts. What also makes STEM very special is the community. The teachers here don't just teach, they mentor. And they take time to get to know us, so they know the best way to support us, not only academically, but in any other way as well. My classmates are curious, driven, and kind. It's a place where it's okay to ask questions, try new things, and even fail sometimes. And no matter what my decision is on anything, I feel like I always have a supporter. I love to socialize. I'm a social butterfly, and I think the peers at our school are so fun to talk to. I can talk to anyone about anything without being judged, any topic, and it's just such a great community, and I love it. And our students at STEM are very diverse. Many of them come from all over the place with many different experiences that we could learn from. I respect my peers, and I love that it's such a free environment where I can be myself and say what's on my mind without being judged. I know that not every student in the district has access to a school like STEM. That's why I support the idea of opening another STEM school. I believe more students should have the chance to experience this kind of education, one that's focused on innovation, creativity, and healthy social skills. I think so highly of STEM that I always tell people it's so much better here, and the staff is better, and how much more thriving it is compared to other schools. I love STEM, and my family and I are forever grateful that we are fortunate enough to have an opportunity to go to STEM. It is such an amazing school. Thank you for considering this proposal and listening to my stories. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you. Raga Devarasetti, and then Margaret Nelson, and then Zena.
Hello. Hello, board. I'm Raa Deetti. I am a senior at STEM School Highlands Ranch, and I am thrilled to get to share my experience at STEM with you guys. I have been at STEM since 4th grade, so this is my 9th and final year. And through all 9 years, I have grown in so many aspects. My 7th grade year, I joined a club called Best Robotics, and to be honest, my dad forced me in there, but I went in and I made so many friends that probably have graduated now and I still talk to, but I was so scared to hold a tool. The first time I held a drill, I literally shrieked and ran the other way. But thanks to all of my friends and coaches there, I think I used a drill at least 20 times this season and was able to lead our Best Robotics team, which was super exciting. Along with that, I was able to grow and flourish academically. STEM is one of those schools that does not limit what you want to learn. So if you want to take 5 APs in a year, you absolutely can. If you want to take CE classes, you absolutely can. And through the freedom that they gave me, I am graduating with my associates. I received it about a semester ago, and thanks to it, it cuts down quite a few semesters on my college degree, which is really nice. STEM's teachers are wonderful. They have a really unique relationship with their students where they try to communicate with you and stay as almost a second friend rather than someone who simply throws assignments at you. And I think I'm extremely grateful that I was able to stay at STEM, and hopefully this opportunity is there for many of the other students here at Castle Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Nelson, Zena, and then Tegan Willie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maggie Nelson. I'm a current sophomore at STEM, and I've been attending STEM for almost 8 consecutive years. I understand that there is a lot of discussion about opening another STEM school in the district. This is something that I think would be incredibly beneficial to the community. All throughout my experience at STEM, I've loved the amount of opportunities that the school has provided. In elementary and middle school, the focus on academics gave me the opportunity to finally feel challenged in my education. As I entered high school, something that both my peers and I loved about the school was the opportunities that we wouldn't find at other high schools, like the ability to take college courses at STEM and outside of STEM, learn about internships, learn about volunteering, learn about the best steps for us to take in order to go into college or into a trade or into a job straight out of high school, and overall challenge ourselves academically. STEM's opportunities help to set up their students for success and give them opportunities that you just don't get at other high schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Zena, Tegan Willie, and then Logan Hunter.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Zena Matine. I'm a student at STEM School Highlands Ranch, and I have been for 9 years since I was in 1st grade. I'm here to share my story and voice my support for the replication of our school. I remember the first day at STEM ever. I opened the doors and I was scared, nervous, and unsure of what to expect. But rather than a scary and intimidating school, I found a place that saw me not as numbers or as a grade, but as someone who has potential and room to grow. I've had so many opportunities at STEM, and it's helped me thrive academically with an above average grade point average, and given me leadership opportunities, as well as helped me be more involved in the school community. I've been a part of student government and had leadership roles in there. I have attended several school spirit events where I was more involved in the community, and I was able to be a part of a basketball team where I built so many more relationships and learned about a sport. All of these areas were places where I was able to explore who I am and who I wanted to be. Throughout the school, I have had so many opportunities to interact with different types of clubs and see what I want to pursue after high school. That's one of the main things that's been a struggle with me, and especially in a STEM school, there's so many different types of clubs and different types of classes I'm able to take and explore to see what I want to do in the future. What makes STEM's community so special is its culture. When I walk in every morning, I see the teachers and they greet me. They don't see me as just a face, they know my name and they know me. Similarly, the student body is connected and we're all there for each other and we support each other in social settings as well as academic settings. I want every student in our school district to have a similar experience as I did in my elementary and middle school and even start of high school. And I think the replication of STEM would be so beneficial to all the parents and families out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tegan Willie, Logan Hunter, and Piper Witt.
Hi, I'm Tegan Willie. I'm a freshman, and this is my first year at STEM after coming from another school district. I came here because of the TSA program I did at my old school. And it really helped me grow as leader and teammate, and I really wanted to see what STEM had to offer with this program. But the reason I'm staying at STEM goes way beyond TSA. The academics here are different, of course in the best way. Teachers care about students' growth, and the classes focus on real-world skills that prepare students for the future. Since joining STEM, my grades have really improved. I've discovered new interests, and I now have clear goals for my future. The welcoming community made me feel like I have a second home, where I am safe and I can embrace myself for who I am. It gave me the confidence to speak up, try new things, and find where I truly belong. I am really proud to be a part of this school and grateful for the opportunities it's given me. So I just want to thank STEM for helping me grow and become the best version of myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Logan Hunter, Piper Witt, and then Sophia, I don't have a last name. Logan.
Yeah. Hello. My name is Logan Hunter. I'm a junior at STEM School Highlands Ranch. I started STEM in 3rd grade, and through my experience there, I have learned great skills that set me apart in an industry field. I have not only developed my creativity and love for engineering, but also learned valuable leadership skills through our team-based learning environment. I now lead one of the largest robotics schools in our teams in our school, and one of the few first robotics competitions in Douglas County. Through my Team 4418 Impulse, I have been able to travel around the country competing in one of the most competitive robotics competitions in the world. Because of the rigorous engineering curriculum and extracurricular activities offered at STEM, I've not only earned college credit, but also found internships that will guide me into the engineering industry. Every student deserves to have access to resources that help engage their potential at a young age, and that's what STEM has done for me. Without the extracurriculars, teachers, administrators, and other resources that STEM is able to offer, I would not have found my love for engineering. However, because of the resources that STEM does have, I've been able to grow my skill set and my character. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Piper Witt, then Sophia, and then Camille Danels.
Good evening. My name is Piper Witt, and I'm a senior at Renaissance. I've been at this school since I was 4 years old, and it's not just a place I go to school. It's where I've grown up. Renaissance has shaped who I am, not just through academics, but through the experiences, relationships, and values I found here. One thing that makes Renaissance truly unique is the strength of the community. When we say we are crew, we live by that. Everyone knows each other here. You're never just another student. You're a part of something. There's always someone to sit with, someone who checks in on you, someone who sees you. That kind of connection creates a sense of belonging that is hard to find anywhere else. Voyage has been a huge part of my experiences. Being in nature with my classmates, learning, reflecting, and just being present, it builds relationships that can't be formed in traditional classrooms. Nature becomes a kind of reset, a space to slow down and connect, and these connections don't end when the trip is over. They come back with us, they make it to our day-to-day experiences at school stronger and more supportive. The kind of foundation makes this difference, especially when school gets hard. Being able to start at Renaissance in kindergarten really matters. Growing up in a culture surrounded by these values and people from the beginning helps students feel more grounded and known. Joining later is still meaningful, but starting early allows you to build those deep relationships that last from the very start. The teachers here go above and beyond. They care about us as people, not just students. They show up for us, listen to us, and support us in ways that go far beyond the classrooms. The relationships we build with our teachers feel more like mentorships or even family.
When I walk around school and recognize all the faces, it reminds me that I'm part of something real, a place where everyone belongs. That's why I hope you'll approve our school's expansion. More students deserve the chance to show up in a place like this and be a part of a community where they truly feel seen, supported, and given space to become their best selves. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia and Camille Danels, and then Andre Nakora.
Hello, my name is Sophia Johnson, and I'm a 9th grader at Renaissance. I've been a part of this school since I was little, and it's always felt like a second home. Renaissance is more than just a place to learn, it's a really strong community. One thing that makes it special is something we call crew. We do activities that help us get to know each other and feel included. Every morning we do greetings and fun games in our advisories, and this helps us start a day in a good way. People are kind and you can sit with your friends, but people make sure you never feel left out. I got to go on Voyage to Utah this year, and Voyage is basically like our outdoor education, and it was really fun. I got to rappel for one of the first times ever, and it was super fun. I already love rock climbing, and I'm on the rock climbing team at school, so it was cool to try something new. I also got to spend time with my friends that I don't always get to see during the day, so it was really nice. I love my teachers too. In biology with Ms. Kaltoff, we went to Plum Creek and learned all about wetlands. We looked at soil, searched for bugs and other little creatures, and we even made scenes out of dirt and rocks. We made snail friends too. It was fun and we learned a lot. With Miss Bradley, we got to go to the park with all our advisories in our grade. That helped us connect with other students we don't always talk to. Renaissance is a place where you feel like you belong. I really hope you'll say yes to expanding our school so more students can be a part of this amazing community. Thank you.
Thank you. Camille Danels, and then Andre Nakora.
Good evening, my name is Camille Danels, and I'm a senior at Renaissance. Before coming to Renaissance, I went to 4 different middle schools, and none of them really worked for me. At the end of my 8th grade year, my aunt knew I was struggling in school and told me that she knew about a school called Renaissance, and she thought it'd be my cup of tea. From the beginning, the community here felt different. It felt like home. There's always someone to talk to in every class. Our teachers are kind, supportive, and they treat us like a person, not just a student. I've had a lot of opportunities here, such as being on the mock trial team, being the president of the National Honor Society, and a founding member of our new National Art Honor Society. One of the things I love the most about here is getting to be part of the mock trial team. It pushed me way out of my comfort zone in the best way. I was able to try something totally new without worrying if I'd be good at it or not, because I felt safe and supported here. That's something I wouldn't have done anywhere else. Renaissance is a place where you feel like a part of a crew, whether it's your grade level class, your Voyage group, or your mock trial team. You're always a part of something, and we build real, meaningful relationships here. It is also a school that gives students a chance to lead. As a part of the National Honor Society, I started a farmers market initiative with the theme of By Renaissance for Renaissance. An evening event we held during student conferences. Students made items in their X Block classes, and we sold them. Staff, students, and families came, and it turned into a great night of community and creativity. We raised hundreds of dollars, but most importantly, we celebrated what students are capable of when they're given the space and support to lead. Through the National Art Honor Society, we brought the Empty Bowls event to Renaissance. We partnered with the elementary school, made ceramic bowls, and hosted a night of soup, music, and giving. Everyone who came got to take home a handmade bowl, and we raised over $1,000 for the Help and Hope Center to support families facing hunger in our area. That's what this school does. It creates a space for connection, leadership, and purpose. I'm proud of what I've been able to do here, and I want more students to have this kind of experience. I hope you'll approve the expansion so Renaissance can continue to grow and give even more students a place where they can thrive, lead, and feel at home, just like I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Andre Nakora.
Hello, I'm Andre Nakora, and as a quick unplanned aside, I'm a senior at STEM School Highlands Ranch, and I participated in our school's first ever debate team this year. And I have been really impressed by all the speakers today from both STEM and Renaissance, so I would quickly like to encourage them all to join their school's speech and debate team. Now, on to my speech. So my AP Literature test is tomorrow, and I hope you won't mind that I've decided to memorize by comparing my experience at STEM to a literary term called enjambment, which is in poetry when a single sentence spreads across multiple line breaks. I picked this because it shows an aspect of STEM that has helped me since 6th grade. It's interconnection. Each year has felt like a small part of a larger story, since as a K-12, my teachers, especially in math, shout out to Miss Giese, were able to meet me wherever I was, catch me up, and prepare me for next year, knowing exactly what teacher I would have and what curriculum I would face. This helped me keep up, and it helped me get ahead, so I'm graduating this year having taken Calc BC, coming from a place where I started a little bit behind with some fundamental gaps in my knowledge. Now, moreover, the K-12 structure has let me spread out finding friends, finding community, and as a soon-to-be college student, finding the subjects I like over my 7 years at STEM. This has let me try almost everything our school has to offer, from mathletes in middle school to bread club just in my senior year. And this has made STEM a continued journey of self-discovery since students create opportunities every single year. If you're an AP grader, I hope you would already be impressed, but the enjambment doesn't stop there, since STEM Story doesn't stop this year. As a senior, my last day is this Friday, and I cannot wait to come back. First, to do my AP test next week, but afterwards to keep up with the robotics club that I've been a part of since 6th grade, Best Robotics, which was mentioned by Raga and by Logan, and to keep up with the speech and debate team that, like I said, was started just this year, but has already made it to states, and in the national qualifying tournament, we made it to the semifinals and finals round. And finally, with the STEM community as a whole, which I've been a part of since 6th grade. So I'd like to end by saying a couple quick thank yous. First, to the teachers that helped me through some of my toughest classes at STEM. Second, to the parent volunteers who made the clubs I love possible. And finally, to my fellow students who bring together STEM into one giant community. And if that can be replicated somewhere else, I encourage the board to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to our remote speakers. We have Chad Veldhuizen and then Mark Baisley.
Neither of our remote speakers are online.
All right, we will move then to in-person. We have Susan Jones, Anirudh Rao, and then Shannon Andrus. Susan.
Good evening. My name is Susan Jones. I'm the PE teacher and athletic director at STEM School in Highlands Ranch. Can't begin to tell you how proud I am of all these kids tonight. I jotted down just a few thoughts. You're gonna hear some things you've heard already because it's streaming through everybody's remarks. What happens here? STEM has science, technology, engineering, and math, and also sports and clubs galore. Yes, we help students choose an academic path, but what we do in this building is oh so much more. Each student is valued and, more importantly, known for their unique skills and personality traits by a staff who understands they are ours on loan and are more than just grades, numbers, and dates. Why do I choose to remain at this school instead of chasing status and money elsewhere? Because it is surely the biggest of all of the fools who would leave a community that so obviously cares. For the admin who encourage, advocate, and listen, to coworkers that share their uplifting smiles, I feel that at STEM, there is nothing missing, and that people are not reduced to their files. Getting to help a child learn something new or master a problem so tough is a privilege accorded to only a few who can work through the easy and the rough. To pour out my energy, time, and ambition and be a small part of the student's success, to forge the legacy and the tradition calls me to work each day, I confess. STEM is more than a building or classes we teach, and more than a charter or name. It is the heights that our students reach. It is the things that make us not the same. I see the good things that happen each day, and I want that for everyone's kids, to sit back at graduation and say, hey, look what we did. I know you have choices to make for DCSD and many opinions to hear. But take this message sincerely from me. STEM is a place that many hold dear. Please give that choice to a new set of scholars to enroll in a STEM school in their neighborhood. Base your decision on more than just dollars, but rather the far-reaching good. Thank you for indulging my passion and pride in the school that I know to be worth the trouble. To spread the experience both far and wide, here's hoping you allow STEM to double. I love what I do at STEM. I love what we do at STEM. More importantly, everyone at this school loves who we do it for and how we do it, and we just want that for other people. Thank you. Have a good night.
Anirudh Rao, then Shannon Andrus, and then Shiraja Podala.
Hello, my name is Anirudh Rao, and I'm a 7th grader from STEM School Highlands Ranch. Thank you for the opportunity to represent STEM. In April 2017, after recently moving to Denver, an 11-year-old girl walked into several schools in the area. She had been working on an idea to solve the problem of water contamination and had a couple of requests: access to a mentor and a 3D printer. STEM welcomed her with open arms, connected her with a high school teacher, and gave her access to a 3D printer. Fast forward 8 years, that same girl today has conducted innovation workshops for over 100,000 students in 50 countries and has inspired millions. Another former student is spearheading fundraisers to end Alzheimer's and has raised over $1 million year after year. My own experience as a STEM student for the last 7 years is similar. A small sketch I drew in kindergarten turned into a recognized invention for an early tornado warning system due to the support and guidance I've received from STEM. With my school's active accommodation and encouragement, I've also been able to share and demonstrate several of my ideas to over 5,000 students, including several Douglas County schools. These are some of the stories. I can go on and on. These aren't isolated cases. STEM students are becoming entrepreneurs, leading research at CU Anschutz, heading national science organizations, and making real-world impact. This is not by coincidence. At STEM, we don't just learn, we're empowered. We're given structure, but also flexibility to explore. We're inspired to think beyond the school's walls, to lead and give back to our community. Time and again, alumni and current students of STEM have proven that the resources and support for their work can have a broad impact on the community. That's why I sincerely urge the board to give STEM School the resources it needs to grow and support many others like me. I imagine that one day here in Douglas County, we will have a dedicated research and technology lab connected to or near the new STEM school, where all students in the county can find mentorship, innovate, and jumpstart their futures. Together, we can make this dream a reality. On behalf of my sister, myself, and the students of STEM School, I'd like to express my gratitude to the opportunities provided by STEM School and Douglas County, and commit to carrying the values to better our society. I want to thank everyone here today for hearing our voice.
Thank you. Shannon Andrus, and then Shiraja Podala, and then Carla Gustiffson.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Renaissance. I am here as a parent as well as a board member at the secondary school, and I just want to say the ways that the elementary school and secondary school have impacted my children's lives. We have been a part of the Renaissance community since my eldest, who is just about to be a senior, was in kindergarten, and I have 3 children who have only gone to Renaissance Elementary, and now all 3 are at the secondary school. These 2 schools are the only ones they've gone to because of the academic excellence, the school culture, and the opportunities for their growth. I could not be happier with the education they have received and continue to receive at this school. And I say that not just as a parent, but I'm a former high school teacher and I'm an educational researcher. So when I look around at what's offered there, I really can say that in terms of public schools, it is an incredibly special place, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity for my children to have that choice to attend it. It's a community that sees, values, and nurtures every child. I think in particular of one of my children who has an ALP and a 504 and an IEP. And the level of individualized care and attention she receives is unmatched. Her teachers see her strengths, they meet her challenges with creativity and compassion, and they make her feel capable and supported every day. This is possible because of the extraordinary staff at Renaissance. I can say without hesitation that the teachers and the leadership are the best I've ever seen. Every single staff member, not just classroom teachers, knows my kids by name. They talk to me about them every time I come in. They know what's going on with them emotionally, academically. They're involved. I just got a call this afternoon from one of the coaches. My son was soaking wet after playing outside, and she was like, "You need to bring clothes." This connection and community is there every day. There is a shared passion and vision for this entire community, and it results in incredibly low turnover, which matters so much. These teachers come and they stay, they know the whole community, and they're a part of it. I also want to touch on the importance of two defining features of Renaissance's curriculum: expeditionary learning and outdoor education, which some of our awesome students have mentioned, Voyage, as we call it. But expeditionary education centers on interdisciplinary learning and in particular critical thinking and problem solving. Research shows that's an excellent way to have true deep learning. It is pervasive from the elementary school all through the secondary school. And then outdoor education brings so many benefits. I can't list them all here. My children all took their first overnight school camping trip in kindergarten. And that, it just gives so much. They continued every year to go on these voyages, both day trips and overnight trips. And I see them learning science while they are hiking mountains. They are building teamwork while they canoe through
15
canyons.
seconds remaining.
And there's so much I could say about it. I'll just end by saying I appreciate that the choices are available in this district. I appreciate Renaissance, and I hope you will support its expansion so even more students can enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shiraja Padala, Carla Gustiffson, and then Ellie Bass.
Do I start?
Could you just put your microphone a little bit, just pull the microphone down to your mouth a little bit? There you go. Thank you.
Do I
Go
start?
ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Hello everyone, my name is Shirja Podala and I am a 6th grader at STEM. This is my first year here and I'm excited to share why STEM is such a special place. At STEM, we learn in a fun and different way. We have hands-on learning and we make presentations and projects in class. This helps us understand what we learn better and also teaches us important skills like teamwork and creativity. One real-world project 6th grade did this year was the WAC project. We had to choose a human-caused problem in the ocean and solve it. We got to be in the WAC competition and compete against all the other teams. STEM offers many classes, whether you're interested in computer science, music, or theater, there's something for everyone. Our teachers encourage us to explore new ideas and be creative every day. STEM also has a lot of clubs. They have the opportunity for students to participate in all kinds of different things, like Science Olympiad, TSA, and student government. I have never had as many opportunities as I have here. I believe that having another STEM school would give more students the chance to learn in this amazing environment and prepare for the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Carla Gustiffson, Ellie Bass, and then Shannon Herzog.
My name's Carla Gustiffson, and my family has been in Douglas County School District since 2013 and part of STEM School Highlands Ranch community since 2016. As a parent, I'm here to express my support for STEM to open a new pre-K through 8th grade school so more families can have the choice that we've had to find the best school for their kids. I feel strongly there's room in DCSD, especially in the growing and future neighborhoods in South Castle Rock for both charter schools and neighborhood schools, and that having choice throughout our district will benefit all families. I've personally committed countless hours of my time and support to STEM because I believe in the school mission. I'm a coach for Best Robotics Club, a mentor for a new chapter of Society of Women Engineers, and I'm starting my 5th year as a member of the STEM Board of Directors, currently serving as board chair. As a STEM parent and board member, I'm requesting your approval of STEM's replication application. We're proposing a strategic timeline that provides alignment and collaboration with DCSD to work together to serve the growing communities. With the many funding challenges for all of our schools in the district, I truly believe that a combined effort to open both charter and neighborhood schools is the best way to support the growing areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ellie Bass, and then Shannon Herzog.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ellie Bass, and I'm a student at STEM School Highlands Ranch. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm here to support the idea of opening a STEM school in Castle Rock because I know from personal experience how life-changing this kind of education can be. When I first came to STEM, I thought that I was just going to a school that focused more on science and math, but I quickly learned that it's so much more than that. STEM isn't just about what we learn, it's about how we learn. We're not sitting through lectures all day. We're building things, solving real-world problems, and working in teams. Every project has a purpose, and every assignment connects to something bigger. The teachers at STEM are different too. They don't just teach, they care. They treat us like we matter, like our ideas are valuable, even if we're still figuring things out. I've had teachers who've taken the time to help me one-on-one, who've stayed late to support a team project, or who've encouraged me when I was struggling. They believe in us, and this makes a huge difference in a child's education. And the friendships that I've made at STEM are no exception. They're something I really treasure. My classmates are creative, curious, and incredibly supportive of me. We learn from each other just as much as we learn from our teachers. There's a sense of community where it's okay to try something bold or new because we know that even if we fail, we have each other, and that's how we grow. Being at STEM has helped me figure out what I'm passionate about, and it's helped me believe that I can actually do something about it. Just this month, I was able to collaborate with Children's Hospital for my 8th grade passion project. And I think critically, manage projects and lead teams, skills that I learned at STEM and I'll use for the rest of my life, whether I go into a STEM career or not. The opportunity to bring a school like this to Castle Rock could change the lives of so many other students who deserve to be challenged and inspired the way that I have been. I know that there are kids out there right now who are curious, creative, and full of potential, but haven't had a school environment that lets them shine. A STEM school could be that place. So I'm asking you to support this plan, not just because it would add another school to the district, but because it would give more students a chance to find out what they're capable of. It would give them the kind of education that helps them not just succeed, but believe in themselves. Thank you again for your time and for considering what this could mean for the future of students in Castle Rock.
Thank you. Shannon Herzog.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Herzog. And I'm Melissa England. We wrote our speech together, which is a testament to our natural collaboration that happens at Renaissance Secondary, and because of the value placed on interdisciplinary teaching and learning, which makes it a place in which teaching is no longer isolating, but very inspiring. Thanks for taking the time to hear from us tonight. I have had the extreme privilege of being a Douglas County school teacher for the last 21 years in a variety of grade levels and several schools, all fabulous, and I've loved my job since day one. RSS is an extra special place to teach. We can vouch for you just how tough and strong the leadership team at Renaissance Secondary School is. They're phenomenal. They're visionary, hardworking, and relentless pursuers of decision-making that honors the students they serve. In fact, the expansion of our school will allow for them to provide even more for the students of Douglas County. I can attest to the fact that the leadership team will be incredibly successful with this expansion and still maintain the magic that comes from working in a personalized, tight, supportive community. The timing of this opportunity is ideal. Castle Rock is growing, and the crew that we work with are connected, brilliant, hardworking, and motivated to grow. We're one of the most diverse, strong, working families I've ever been a part of.
Adding on to what Shannon said, as a member of the Renaissance crew since day one when we opened the school in 2017, as well as a parent of 2 former Renaissance Elementary and Renaissance Secondary School students, I understand and appreciate everything Renaissance is as a parent as well as an educator. The expansion of RSS enables Douglas County families to have even more Renaissance available to them. What that means for students is learning in an integrated, intentional, and thoughtful community with a team of educators who care so deeply for their well-being. As Kurt Hahn, the visionary behind our school's motto, "We are crew, not passengers," said, "There is more in us than we know. If we can be made to see it, perhaps for the rest of our lives, we'll be unwilling to settle for less. The expansion of our school will make it possible for more to see what is in them, and we are excited to do that work with Douglas County students and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, moving into general public comment, we have Lacey Gansey and then Jennifer Iverson.
Good evening, board members. First, I love the pamphlet that got mailed out about Douglas County. I hope in that budget you included lawsuits since it's been 2022 on. Good evening. My name is Lacey Gansey. I'm a mother and a community advocate and someone who's seen this board repeatedly use this platform to push political agendas at the expense of actual students, especially those who fit nearly, only, or neatly into your comfort zone. Tonight is the best night I've heard people talk about STEM. I should have looked into that for my own children. They may have been more protected. On May 5th, 4 of you, Christy Williams, Becky Myers, Kaylee Weiniger and Tim Moore signed an open letter opposing House Bill 2513-12, a bill that, while from perfect aims to protect transgender students from targeted discrimination, you tried to soften the blow by claiming to sign in your individual capacities, but make no mistake, your titles and positions carry significant weight, and with that weight comes real consequences. The letter labels misgendering and dead naming as coercive control and alleges that respecting a student's gender identity somehow undermines parental rights and burdens our schools. Let's call it what it is, a thinly veiled political dog whistle, hidden beneath bureaucratic doublespeak. It's not about defending families, it's about controlling which students deserve protection and which ones are left to fend for themselves. Let's be honest, this isn't a matter of legal intricacy or political nuance. It's about power. Power to decide who gets to feel safe in our schools, who is truly valued by this community, and who is cast aside. You claim that you want to keep politics out of the classroom, yet your actions scream otherwise as you continuously inject ideology into policies and should prioritize student welfare, pretending that this board is neutral and is no longer tenable. I'm not here to defend every aspect of House Bill 2513-12. Like any legislation, it's imperfect and needs refinement. But what I am here to do is call out the hypocrisy, the selective championing of the civil rights, the rallying cry for parental rights and legal formality until the law applies to a child you'd rather ignore. You have clearly taken a side as you did with my children. That's why we're in court now. You have aligned yourselves with fear rather than inclusion, with power rather than protection, and yet you continue to claim that the district is committed to all students. I urge this community to take a hard look at which students you truly fight for and which you routinely abandon. I am not just asking for accountability, I'm calling out your decision to use political power to further marginalize students who already face high rates of bullying, suicide, and isolation. This is no longer merely about school board politics, it's about your shared humanity. You've made your position clear, and I challenge the rest of this community. Pay close attention and remember your choices to shape our future at the next election.
Thank you. Jennifer Iverson.
Good evening, board. This evening, I'll be speaking as an individual, not representing anyone but myself. As a 25-year resident of this district and parent of 2 transgender people, I address you with both deep investment in our schools and firsthand knowledge of their shortcomings regarding transgender students. This district has repeatedly articulated commitments to supporting high standards in education, inclusion, and anti-bullying policies. Yet the consistent implementation of these values remains selective at best. What empirical data informs your positions on the transgender student policies which affect a small number of students? Where is the evidence-based approach that should be foundational to any educational decision-making? The discrepancy in advocacy is so striking. When the dyslexia screener bill was under consideration, a measure directly affecting approximately 20% of DCSD student welfare, there was no comparable public letter or organized response from this board. This majority board didn't even advise their costly lobbyist to support a dyslexia screener. You didn't at all. This selective concern raises legitimate questions about priorities, leadership, and consistency. Transphobia in our schools is not theoretical. It manifests in concrete ways: inconsistent enforcement of anti-bullying measures, bureaucratic resistance to affirming students' identity, and the move by two of you to systemically exclude them from full participation in school activities. Each of these instances fundamentally undermines our district's direct obligation to educate every student. I formally positions on transgender students support any evidence-based assessment of transgender students' experiences within our schools, implementation of accountability measures, ensuring policies are applied with consistent fidelity, and a public discussion addressing why certain students' welfare issues receive vigorous advocacies while others do not. As a longtime community member who has invested as a quarter century in this district, both as a taxpayer, an advocate, and a parent, these answers are long overdue.
15 seconds remaining.
More importantly, all students deserve a school board whose actions consistently align with their stated values. I look forward to a substantive public discussion of these crucial questions. DCSB deserves better.
Thank you. And then we have Mark Baisley is online.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, hello board members and Superintendent Kane. Good to see you all. My name is Mark Baisley. I serve as state senator for Douglas County plus 7 other counties. I'm here in support of the STEM expansion. So I served as the founding board president during the 2-year process. We applied for that charter years ago. And a belated thanks to Superintendent Kane for her coaching of us way back then. So the mission of STEM from the beginning was relevance in Colorado's tech industry, to try to teach the subjects that needed to be taught as core principles, but in the context of the industry all around us, and aerospace and other cabling, other technologies. And we accomplished that. The school has done phenomenal things since then. I am just plain giddy about the new leadership. We got a fresh leadership in the past couple of years come in, and I've been working with them. I've kind of reconnected with them as they reached out to me. And we've got them plugged into the quantum computing industry now, and even getting rather spoiled by one of the big quantum computing companies, maybe the biggest quantum computing company, certainly, that is headquartered in Colorado now. So more of this for Colorado and for Douglas County, I think would be great. I'd love to see more opportunities given to Douglas County students by being able to get that great education that would be relevant to good paying jobs that I'm doing my best to bring in through infrastructure in Colorado. So at any rate, thank you for your consideration. I hope you'll give STEM's application a positive response, and thank you all on the board and Superintendent Kane for all your fine contributions to the community.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. I was considering just a quick 3-minute break just to give anybody who wanted to leave opportunity to do that. Otherwise, we can move straight into it. Is everyone okay with a quick 2-3-minute break? All right, we're going to take a quick break. Continue on. Moving on to items 10 through 13, the adoption of consent agenda. The recommendation is that we approve items 10 through 13. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve items 10 through 13.
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Geiger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye, sorry.
Myers?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 6-0. Moving on to the adoption or the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from both the regular meeting held on April 22nd and also the special meeting held on April 22nd. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Weiniger, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 6-0. Moving into study action items, we will start with the charter school application process overview.
Our Executive Director, Gordon Mosier of the Choice Office, will get us kicked off here.
Good evening, Board. Thank you, Superintendent Kane. I'm going to start off just with a little intro of, again, the process. Short intro. This is attached on every one of the presentations from the charter school applicants that you'll see, but it's just because we work collaboratively on the presentation. So I'm not going to give the same thing 3 times to bore you to death, but I'll give it 1 time, and it applies to all 3 of the schools. So wanted to reiterate that the Douglas County School District welcomes high-quality charter applications that will add to student and parent choice, increase diversity of educational offerings in the district. We have been following the same process. We did a few tweaks to LBDR 1 that I do want to call out that you guys were a part of that apply to this cycle. But applications have been received at this point from 3 charter schools in this cycle. So we have 2 replication applications, and we'll go into detail on those. And we have 1 new application from an existing Douglas County authorized school. And it's kind of it could have went in multiple different directions there for you. But again, by our policy in LBDR 1, a replication is an exact copy. So it's an exact copy of a school going to a different location. So if I pick the exact same K-8 school and I move it to a new location and have the exact same educational programming with the exact same grade levels, that's a replication. An expansion is what we saw from Global Village Academy or Challenge to Excellence, where I've got a school, I'm going to expand the building out to make more space on the same physical location, or I'm going to expand with more classrooms of different grade levels. Those are both expansions because they're on the same physical address. So the other application that we've received is from an existing secondary school that's a 612, looking at then opening a primary grade level in a new location. So it's kind of like a mix of both. It's kind of a mix of both of those things, but by definition of our policy, that's a new school. So I just wanted to add clarity to that in what you have. So at this point, all applicants have submitted their application for review by April 1st. That's identified in our policy and our deadlines. They participated in a capacity interview where the full CART team was present and did have questions for the applicants, and they responded in that time. Prepared a short 15-minute presentation for you that they will give here tonight. In alignment with our board policy LBDR 1, again, these are the components of the charter school application. And as you look at the applications that are attached, these are the requirements by law. And as you look at the applications that are attached to the agenda, you're going to see a little bit of variation, again, because a replication is, we know some of those things already. So the replication application is different than a new application because, again, there's elements that are just a repeat of that exact same thing. And so you're going to see that kind of in those applications as you go through. But these are the elements of the application that were reviewed for all of the applicants by the full CART team. From our policy LBDR 1, as you remember, as we went through this in the last revision cycle to include highlights of the critical elements identified by law, but then also going above and beyond in Douglas County School District. I just want to say a big commendation to our district and to your leadership of we get kudos a lot. We get kudos a lot from different people. The outside reviewer that we had as a part of the team and still have as a part of the team this year has said openly about giving us rave remarks about the process, about the inclusivity of departments, of the inclusivity of your board committee members. It just really is a model of a gold standard of a review, and I want to highlight that work that you have put in place in our policies and our superintendent's work as well. So we do have these requirements we have there, at least 2 individuals from the DAC. We have the other board representatives being a member of the CART team. District department leaders, again, this is that call out. We have, directors of special education, directors of finance, directors of transportation, nutrition services. We have so many leading experts where some schools, and I know this because I hear it from other authorizers, they struggle to find the expertise of how to really evaluate a charter school application. Here in Douglas County, we have an amazing team of colleagues that work on that team. Some of them are curtailed into being on that review team, but they really do add value, and I want to call that out again. We do hire an independent third-party reviewer with demonstrated review knowledge to be a part of that team, and one person from one charter school leader from an existing charter school in the district. That's something we added in the last review that was back in 2023, and that's something we intend to go forward with because it's a valuable voice on the membership. The capacity interviews were here on April 22nd, May 6th is today. You're having your first public hearing. We're required to have 2 public hearing opportunities. So this is the public comment that you heard either in favor of or opposition of the applicant, and they can come to those public hearings. This is the first one. Also, we have our presentation by each applicant for you, and then a short time period for you to ask questions of the applicant team. On May 27th, that is when public hearing number 2 will occur, and there's no presentation by the applicant at that point. They only do this presentation today, but of course the public is welcome to come and voice their approval or speak in opposition of that applicant on May 27th. May 27th, there'll be a staff recommendation. We're going to be formulating that staff recommendation and bringing that to cabinet and creating a formal staff review to bring to you as a recommendation on May 27th. And that time is when you'll rule by resolution, either to approve or deny each of the applicants. Any questions for me on the process or things we've done thus far or next steps?
Director Meek.
Thank you. This is helpful to always see this timeline. So on May 27th, Cabinet will provide its recommendation to the board.
My understanding is it'll be a staff recommendation, but we will take it to Cabinet for.
Staff recommendation,
Yes.
the same day that we're voting, right? We vote that evening, right? So is that standard that we get the recommendation like hours before?
No, thank you for that question.
Okay.
No, we'll talk that over internally. My apologies.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, so again, we have 3 applicants that will be coming up and doing their presentation. Each of them has prepared some components here of the presentation, 15-minute presentation and 15 minutes for you to ask questions of the team. The first school we have is Renaissance Charter School.
Okay, I gotta get used to the new clicker.
Just one in the middle.
One
Yep.
button, that's
That's
good. Good evening, board directors. Thank you for the opportunity to share tonight about the work we do at Renaissance Secondary School as well as our future plans. My name is Amy Stewart. I think I've met most of you. I'm the head of school at Renaissance Secondary. This is my 7th year serving in that role, and I am looking forward to continuing this important work that we're doing as we head into this next phase with our community.
Hi, my name is Scott Mengel, and I'm here really as a sort of a champion and a thought partner to Amy and her team. I've spent a good chunk of my 35 years in public education in a bunch of different roles that have a lot to do with expeditionary learning. I was a teacher more than 3 decades ago when EL was really refining and defining their beliefs and practices and principles. And then I later served as their Chief Growth Officer as we oversaw and supported a national network of EL schools. And most recently, just prior to my retirement, I founded the Downtown Denver Expeditionary School, which is a K-5 charter school, which pulled almost 500 kids from 26 different metro zip codes. I'm also a dad. I'm a Douglas County person. I actually opened Heritage Elementary 25 years ago as a principal. And I'm a dad to 2 adult, grown, healthy kids, and papa or grandpa to 4 very spirited grandboys who go to 2 EL sort of inspired schools here in Douglas County.
And then I also want to introduce Brittany Pierce, who is our business director. She's not presenting this part with us, but is available for questions. Excuse me. I haven't even talked yet tonight. I wanted to start by clarifying, which Gordon already sort of did for us, that we are not a new school at all. Renaissance has been in existence in Castle Rock, serving students in grades 6 through 12. Our application and what we want to share with you tonight, we're going to share about our program, and our plans in our application are to expand to accommodate additional grade levels and improve our facilities. So we'll share a little bit more about that, but that is what we are asking. In a few minutes, we're actually going to share a video that highlights some of the many facets of what it means to have a Renaissance education. This helps us achieve our mission to empower students to become modern learners who are critical thinkers and problem solvers, communicators, collaborators, creative innovators who contribute to the world around them. This ensures they possess the skills they'll need for success in a contemporary world. Our school was originally conceived as an extension of the Renaissance Elementary Magnet School, which is also called REMS, and the desire to extend that programming to the expeditionary learning piece to the secondary level. So you'll see some examples in our video highlighting our approach, which is dedicated to deeper learning, emphasizing curriculum delivered through learning expeditions, where students learn content standards through the lens of a compelling topic, allowing them to construct deep understandings and build essential skills. As a small school, we cultivate relationships, which you heard quite a bit about, from our students and our teachers, and build connections, ensuring the foundations are in place for our students to meet academic success. Woven into the fabric of everything we do is a culture of crew. Our motto is, "We are crew, not passengers," and strengthened by acts of consequential service to others. And finally, you'll see some examples of our adventure education program in action. Our trips are called Voyages, which you heard a bit about, taking learning outside the classroom where students can grow and connect, bringing those lessons back into the academic setting. So hopefully this will be able to play. Yeah, I think they do have to play for me.
I've been involved with Renaissance since kindergarten, and I can't be more thankful for the person it has made me become. This school has taught me how to view things from a different perspective and how to step out of my comfort zone and face my fears head on. Whether it be presenting a presentation in front of the class or canyoneering off a 140-foot cliff in Utah, everybody has fears, and the only way to overcome those fears is to face them directly. The character traits or habits of crew that this school is based around will be brought with me wherever my path may lead.
There are a million ways to provide an educational experience, and I think that we should always be looking for an approach that works for the student, and that's different for everybody.
Our adventure education program runs with 2 major philosophies. We're looking for growth in our students, and we're looking for connection between our students. Ideally, we want to see students stepping outside of their comfort zone. We try to organize activities that allow them to choose their challenge. We believe in challenge by choice is our huge philosophy, and that means that students get to challenge themselves based on what they are comfortable with. Every time students come back from Voyage, we hear them talk about connecting with people that they have never talked to before, having conversations with someone who they've never even seen before they go out on Voyage. It's amazing. They are able to transfer the skills that they learn when we are out doing outdoor activities. They bring it back to the classroom, and we really see the growth and connection in the classroom after that point. It's really beautiful.
Be who you want to be, and I really like that. It's more like a home more than like a place you're forced to do stuff.
Oh gosh, we see it in action every day. That's what's so great about Renaissance. We, our crew, can go from the smallest little thing to holding open a door to the biggest thing, like our Adopt a Family program at the holidays, where we support members of our community the best way we can. It really just permeates everything we do all the time.
Just going to continue that heart of service that we have here at Renaissance. I mean, all the time, every single day, we're just trying to do like a little something to just make our world a better place and be the best version of ourselves. I feel like anything is possible here at Renaissance. If you dream it, believe it, we can make it happen.
To come visit and watch and be a part of the day, and that it's a really special place.
Thanks for allowing us to share by video. A picture is worth 1,000 words, so I'm not sure how many words a video is worth, but more, I'm gonna guess. I want to share next just a little bit about, and Scott and I are going to share, it's the one button and it's not working. Might you be able to help? Okay, come watch it again. There we go, thank you. Back one. Thank you so much. Want to talk a little bit about what's next for us and our next steps. So we want to expand our programming to meet the needs of our community. And our goals for this application are twofold. I'm going to turn it over to Scott to talk a little bit about our first goal with this project.
Yeah, so first, we've applied to add grade levels pre-K through 5th grade at a new site in the Castle Rock area. There's clearly a hunger for EL's thoughtful approach to schooling, as the current Elementary Renaissance program has an extensive wait list. Only 1 in 3 families who apply receives an offer of enrollment. In fact, my twin grandsons, Elijah and Emerson, will begin 2nd grade at REMS this fall after waiting 2 years for space to become available. On top of that, there are likely many more families who do not apply at all because of the common knowledge that so few families obtain a spot. So we're hoping to help alleviate some of the demand for this unique school experience in the Castle Rock area to ensure more families can access the kinds of teaching and learning that they desire for their kids.
Thanks, Scott. In order to meet that elementary programming need that Scott just shared, our plan is to construct a PK to 5 building for about 500 students at a new site. So that is kind of the first piece of this. As Gordon said, a little bit complex, doesn't fit any of the definitions of any that we have here. So that's kind of making that come to fruition. The demand is there. This year, there were 172 students just as of March 31st on the wait list for Renaissance Elementary School, 172 before April 1st. We also have gathered intents to enroll, which were a little bit lower when we submitted about a month ago. Right now, we have about 50% of slots filled, 247 letters of intent in hand, and we are planning an opening for 2027. So that's a very great, strong demonstration of demand for this programming. Our second goal for this application is around facilities. So our plan is also to improve our facilities to ensure adequate space for the specialized programming required by middle and high schools. Improved facilities at this time could be built in conjunction with a new elementary site or by updating facilities at our current site. The reason, as we finalize our location, we're very cognizant of figuring out the best scenario for our community as well as the community in the surrounding area, which might be impacted. So for example, depending on where we finalize our site, we don't want to build a full-size gym facility at a site where that doesn't work well for the community, for our community surrounding. This whole goal comes from the fact that as our community has grown, we really need more robust facilities to improve offerings, particularly in athletics, performing arts, and the sciences. And as you can see in our video and our photos, we have an absolutely beautiful building. So if you haven't been out to visit, you should. But it was actually built to only be a middle school for the long term. So it was built as a middle school with that in mind, and you can feel that. The site lacks a full-size gym, which means that we have one basketball hoop on one side of the gym. No room for spectators, and that does really not meet the needs of a middle and high school for athletics program, even a small one. We are also in need of high school caliber facilities for performing arts and STEM areas. Despite those current limitations, we are still offering great programming to our middle and high school students, but they do deserve the best facilities that we can offer that are suited to their needs. One benefit to this expansion will be allowing our students to participate in CHASA 2A athletics, which is not possible without improved facilities. It's a requirement. This expansion to include a full-size gym would make us the only 2A athletics option in Castle Rock, which would allow students who may not be able to compete at a traditional large high school to compete at this level. To give a little context, this current expansion proposal that's before you represents the first of a few steps toward a longer-term vision of growing our middle and high school to a more right-sized version. Meaning, eventually, these two elementary site programs, the one we're proposing today and the one that already exists as a magnet school, would feed into middle and high school programs that could help us meet a Goldilocks size for a high school. That is not what we're asking today. We're not asking to grow our program at the high school level today, but I think it's helpful to provide a little context for which we would want to expand that programming so that we can grow our high school a little bit. Our current high school is about 250 students. That is a very small high school. You heard our students speaking about all the opportunities offered to them, but it lacks economies of scale. It's a very difficult proposition. So we'd like to grow that a little bit down the line, which is one of the reasons for looking at a holistic approach for PK through 12 scenario. As I mentioned, that is a longer-term vision, but I did want to provide you with that context. So in this application, we're only asking for approval today, or this month, to add a PK through 5 facility at a new site and to improve our facilities options for our current middle and high schoolers. We really appreciate your time and consideration this evening, and we are happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And for those of you directors that have not been to Renaissance, I went recently and it was a lovely visit, so thank you for that. So just a couple quick things. Thank you for giving us an updated number of your letters of intent. My question is, in your application, you have indicated you'll have 498 students in year 1. What are your contingency plans if pupil enrollment does not materialize the way you've projected?
We had that materialize during COVID. So we opened in 2017 and very quickly experienced the declining enrollment. We did a lot of creative things operationally. Smaller class size or fewer sections is always, I think, the first go-to. So there's a break-even point at which it helps to add a section and in which you pull back. So it could be that, if you have a few extra kids, not enough to complete a whole section, you would dial that back for a few years. Otherwise, it's any operational costs that are not safety related. Those would be looked to be changed to our adventure education programming. We could do on a smaller budget. Those are the things that come to mind.
Great, thank you. Director Geiger.
Hi, thank you very much. The presentation was interesting. I thank you people for coming to talk to us. I do have to raise some questions that were raised by constituents. First of all, your financial feasibility of this expansion is not based on getting land from the district. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
You know what question I'm going to ask, but I need to ask it out loud.
Sure, please do.
People have claimed to me in emails, I wasn't at the meetings, that you made representations about getting school land for this school. Do you have any idea where that, if that's a misapprehension, and if so, any idea where that came from?
I do. Thank you for asking the question. So we had some families reach out to us about a land site in their neighborhood and ask us, hey, we would love to have a school. Would this be a good site for your school? To which our answer, as you know, I'm not new to the district and very familiar with what the actual scenario is. Our answer was, well, absolutely, that would be lovely, but that's not an option. To which they said, well, if it was, would it work? And could we just learn more? And so engage in conversations with folks, which, as you know, in a public setting can go very sideways, and there can be lots of misrepresentations. And so I think that is exactly what happened. Certainly, Renaissance has never represented that the district has any land available for charter schools other than what is published as surplus. And so that is something that there are some constituents who are very, who would really like to have a school and who like the programming at Renaissance and would love to see it there, but we have never made any representations, and our application is absolutely not contingent on any district land.
Okay, and just to rule out one other thing that was in emails, they made claims that you represented that the district would be selling land for public housing.
Yes, thank you for that question.
How did it go that sideways?
Yes, so basically one of the residents of this neighborhood who's leading up this effort to get a school is very worried. So he was involved in their metro district and their HOA and is a very vocal resident. And I was actually present. And so as you may have experienced sometime in your lifetime, being present or nearby when someone says something sometimes feels like you said it. So happened to be in the same room with someone who did say that. So this gentleman is very worried that if they don't build a school, that their neighborhood might get zoned for other things, and so is really pushing to have a school. Saw Renaissance as a potential pathway to that. Like, you guys want to open this, we're nearby, this could be amazing, and definitely was putting that out there. Absolutely not something that I would, or any of our team would ever say, nor did we.
Thank you. I appreciate you
And I appreciate you allowing me to clarify.
Yeah, I have a couple more if you don't mind. What is your timeline for identifying a site? Are you in, I don't want to spoil your negotiations, but can you give me an idea? You're looking to open in 27.
Mm-hmm.
When is the last date that you can have a site to make that work?
So we're looking at summer and going into fall, and I appreciate that question as well. One of the reasons we haven't done that yet is because there is that chicken or egg effect, which I know you hear in other charter applications, of needing approval before you go out to get bonds and to negotiate land. If you don't have approval for your school, people are very reluctant to do that. And purchasing land ahead of an approval is not a good financial decision for our current community, because those are funds that are from our current community that are to be spent that way. And so we don't want to go out and purchase land that we may or may not be able to build on. So we would, to answer your question more directly, end of summer, early fall would be the latest that we would want to be in a situation of having a contract for land.
Of 25?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at 3 applications tonight, all of which are talking about Castle Rock.
Yep.
I understand that your education is different than STEM is different than layman. Do you believe that there is any overlap, or do you have concern about overlap in you all 3? Again, different educational processes, I understand, that putting 3 new charter schools in the Castle Rock area might overwhelm the student, may require students, how do I put this? That there aren't enough students to fill 3 new charter applications within 10 miles of each other.
Sure, that's a question I could answer, I would love to. I don't know the answer to that. I do know that Castle Rock is growing. It's one of the parts of Douglas County that is growing. Grew about 11% from 2020 to 2023. Continues to grow. There's a lot of new development. With new development come new young families. Not as many as maybe used to be, so we're very realistic about that. But we do have a really strong base in Castle Rock. So for our school, less about the programming per se. I can't speak to other people's programming, of course, but we have this base in Castle Rock where we are already there. So we are looking to expand that. That's why we have 50% of seats filled for 2027 opening, and kids who are going to be in kindergarten in 2027 are 2 right now. So that's quite a statement, actually, that people with 2-year-olds are, 50% of our seats are full with people with 2-year-olds. So there's quite a bit of demand there, and our reputation in Castle Rock and our connection with elementary school, and there's 127 people sitting on a wait list already for that program. So we feel really good about our strength in that area, but I wish I can't really speak to sort of what would happen with other schools.
And let me understand your dream for facilities.
Yes.
You'll keep the high school where it is, but you'll use this new land in addition to educating PK through 5.
It's possible, yes.
If possible. You would also like to use that land to create a quality gym experience. Okay. You'd also like to use that land to create a quality gym environment for the current high school, correct?
Thank you for the question. It's actually, this is the part where we want to determine based on which site we select. So if we select a site where that is feasible, where it wouldn't cause, let's say, big traffic concerns or concerns from the community about having a gym located there, if it's a site that's easy enough to do and far enough from the elementary site, and all of those considerations need to be right, and that's why that decision has not been made. We do have the capacity and will eventually, whether it's this particular phase or later, need to expand that gym. That school will live as a middle school long-term, and so it still needs 2 basketball hoops in the gym, for example. And so we are able to do that, and that is actually a very likely scenario. It just depends on what that site looks like and where we're located, because we're very cognizant of all the things that can happen depending which of those sites come to fruition.
And you kind of previewed my next question. Approving the impact of a community on a community from PK5 is very different than the traffic impact, occasional as it may be, of a high school gym.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's not, we're gonna have to look at what that plan might be or where that might be. And as I understand it, you can't make any commitment on that yet until you know where you're gonna build.
Right, but we can commit to working with the Douglas County School District and with the town on traffic studies. That was part of the process when this school opened, and we know that's a part of the plan. So we would be very much wanting to do that. We definitely don't want to be the people causing traffic problems in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
I might just chime in on about 2 questions back, the enrollment piece, because again, I think where my experience birthing a school in downtown Denver, the Downtown Denver Expeditionary School, we were the first elementary school in 100 years that was actually in the Denver Business District. And so what I can tell you is that families who choose EL education as a model that they want for their kids, they're willing to come a long way. They're willing to make some sacrifices. We have 2 of these grand boys that I mentioned live with my wife and I and our daughter in a multi-generational household, and I drive them every single day to Fox Creek Elementary School, and I gladly do it because that experience of crew in this is really important to me. So just as Amy was saying, it's really hard to anticipate enrollment when we have such young kids, parents of very, very young preschool children who are committing. But my experience, not only in Denver, but nationwide and working with hundreds of schools that we're opening, is that families, again, they're really passionate about this form of education, and so they're willing to do what it takes to get there.
Director Weiniger?
Yes, agreed. Thank you for the presentation. And I also got to visit Renaissance recently and go down that fun slide. And yeah, it was a great environment. So thanks for being here. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind expanding on your plan or ideas on how you will identify the land you eventually would like your school to be at.
Yeah, and you might have noticed in our application, there's a large range. And so this is the part of the flexibility that for us, getting this approval is a really important step so that we can get into the negotiations. And as you may know, land in Castle Rock doesn't just always sit around a long time. Sometimes it does. And so you do have to have a little bit of flexibility within that. So you'll see that we are considering land from 20 to 60 acres because we can be a little bit flexible on that, right? That long-term plan. So, 20 acres would be plenty to open up an elementary PK5 expand our current gym. That is a scenario that is quite likely because smaller pieces of land are a little more available and a little more affordable. But we are also looking at some bigger sites that might allow for some of that work. So the process is that we're working with a commercial real estate agent, and we have quite a few, irons in the fire, but just keeping those a little bit under wraps for obvious reasons in terms of negotiations, and also just sort of once you publicly announce which land you want, it becomes much more valuable to everyone. So does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Director Meek?
First off, congratulations on having such a successful model, and all of the public comment tonight was nice to listen to. And I love the whole growth and connection message and theme. And I know you talked, and I appreciated the explanation of the PK-12 vision, long-term. Could you say in an ideal world what that timeline might look like?
Yeah, we're, as you may have seen in our application, we're very fiscally conservative when it comes to these things. So this is, Brittany is, I'll brag about her for a little bit, the best there is when it comes to doing that work. And so we're very, very careful in our modeling. So even step 2 for looking at increasing size for middle or high school, 2030 is about the soonest that we would be looking at that, because we do want to make sure that we've established the PK5 and the PK5 through, PK through 12 model before we're doing that work and making sure we aren't moving too fast.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you guys so much for coming and for.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, he's good. Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. If I could, I was going back and sitting and thinking about your question, Director Meek, and we were asking about the timeline for the recommendation. Just know that, yes, we are bringing a staff recommendation to Cabinet that's planned for actually probably next week even. And then there will be a formal recommendation that will come to you from staff well in advance of the board meeting. What I had on there was the public presentation of the recommendation. So I wanted to clarify that. Okay, we already did that one. So next applicant that will be doing your presentation is, again, Lehman Academy of Excellence. Lehman has 2 campuses in Douglas County. They have Stroh Road and Bayou Gulch, and they are seeking replication, exact copy of that campus and model into a new location. I'm going to bring up Dr. Edwards and his team.
Well, good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet, directors, and to all of our community. My name is Jason Edwards, and I'm the head of schools over Lehman Academy with our 2 campuses at Stroh and Bayou Gulch in Parker. I have with me our board president, Paige McLaughlin. You'll get to hear from her in just a little bit. And one of our famous teachers, Mrs. Schubert, and then one of our founders, Mike Farley, who's available for questions at the end. And then most importantly, as you can see, 3 of our bodyguards here to support me, our future leaders. I want to also, if I could, just briefly acknowledge my colleagues from STEM and Renaissance. These are truly respected educators that I've learned so much from, and I am cheering for each of your schools. And it's wonderful to be in a district where such strong options for replication exist, and wonderful showcase for the whole community, I believe. So my job is really to be able to brag a little bit about Lehman Academy, this wonderful opportunity where we offer a rigorous classical education where all the disciplines are interrelated. History becomes the skeleton of our program, and what scholars learn in literature, in poetry, and even in music and art, it wraps around history. And whether or not it's going to be tested on the state test, our scholars get science every single day. They spend an entire school year on one domain of science, like biology for a year, chemistry for another, physics for another, and earth science yet again another year on a 4-year cycle. At Lehman Academy, scholars are allowed and encouraged to think independently and critically. It's the teacher's job to lay out a banquet feast of rich content and curriculum and guide the scholars with questions, allow them to be young scientists, young historians, and young artists. We purpose to partner with supportive parents. And this is one thing that as families come on a tour, they're so relieved to hear. That our scholars are other people's children first and foremost. We are very clear up front about what their scholars will learn, which is our rich classical curriculum, no more, no less. And it's wonderful to be able to involve these parents as house captains within our Scholar Senate and as members of our School Accountability Committee and our board, and truly represent what is important to them at their school within Douglas County. Lehman Academy provides a safe and challenging environment. Douglas County does a wonderful job of having state-of-the-art physical safety, and just as importantly is that community and family feel, the culture, where scholars are treated as individuals, as adults becoming, and they're truly safe. And finally, in our mission statement, Lehman Academy instills morals and values in order to pursue wisdom and virtue and produce tomorrow's leaders today. I think our board members probably know this, but for the whole community, George Washington had an 8th grade education. And that's the opportunity we have, is to raise up a generation that's able to navigate life with wisdom and those virtues that another founder, Benjamin Franklin, identified as transcending time and space. This is what will strengthen the fabric of society. And we try to be clear about what those virtues and values are. Wave that flag, and for families that this resonates, they're very grateful to find a partnership in a school like Lehman Academy. Before I share a little bit more about our distinctives, I'd just love for you to hear from our board president, Paige McLaughlin.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Good evening, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Paige McLaughlin, and I proudly serve as the board president for Lehman Academy of Excellence in Colorado. I'm also a mom to 3 girls who are currently attending one of our campus locations. So this work is both very professional and deeply personal for me. In addition to my role at Lehman, I bring nearly a decade of experience in residential development in Douglas County. I've been directly involved with shaping communities throughout this region. This background gives me a unique perspective on the residential growth trends that are happening and the long-term needs of families choosing to live and raise their children here. I work directly with these families that are looking to move to Douglas County, specifically Castle Rock, whether it be from across the U.S., within our state, or hyper-locally within our district. As we explore the opportunity for replication and expansion of Lehman Academy within Douglas County, I want to highlight that our foresight for growth is intentional, it's strategic, and it's aligned with the values that make this county such an exceptional place to live, to grow, and to learn. We are seeing increased demand from families seeking a classical, virtue-based education with a supportive and academically rigorous learning environment, and we want to be proactive in meeting that need, particularly in the areas south of here, which is seeing tremendous growth. We are committed to collaborating with the district and with the local stakeholders to ensure that our growth enhances educational choices, supports community development, and contributes meaningfully to the broader vision of Douglas County's future. As the LCS president, I would like to take a few moments to address our school governance and the oversight for our multiple campuses and plans for growth. So as we look at replicating into our 3rd campus into Douglas County, I feel that it's important that governance structures must evolve to support this expansion while maintaining the integrity, excellence, and unique culture of Lehman Academy. It's essential that this 3rd campus is fully integrated into our existing governance system, both operationally and advisory roles, to ensure consistent oversight and shared values. This includes equitable representation within our School Accountability Committee and consideration for the LCS Governing Board. I truly believe that as parents being able to act as stakeholders within our SAC, just like our scholars are being developed for future leadership positions within our school and our county. The schools will have 1 SAC with parent representatives from each campus, as defined in our recently modified Lehman Academy SAC bylaws, to allow for 3 parent guardians representatives per campus. This SAC will operate with the campus-level insight while aligning with all of our overall strategic goals for Lehman Academy and oversight from each campus's principals, the head of schools, and the LCS governing board. With this, it's important that we remain engaged with our community, particularly our parent and guardians. So with other SACs, we will continue to ensure that there is balance and inclusivity with proper exposure and required experience with the SAC. The governance team is committed to transparency in electing, selecting, and onboarding SAC and parent representatives for the third campus. A clear communication strategy will be implemented to ensure all of the third campus families understand how they can participate in governance and decision-making. Parents from the third campus will be empowered with leadership development opportunities, ensuring that they are well-equipped to represent their community. So with this, I would like to say thank you again, and I would like to open it up to a few of our very accomplished scholars or bodyguards.
Can I move this down? Okay.
I Have a Dream by Martin Luther King Jr. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Scholars at Lehman Academy memorize a famous poem or speech every month of every school year. So that's about 10 poems and speeches they'll have memorized in their head and their heart and can explain in the context of what they're studying in history. By the time they're done, they'll have memorized If by Rudyard Kipling, The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost, The Man in the Arena by Teddy Roosevelt, and the list goes on and on. A few more distinctives are that we as an organization do have experience with replication and construction. We have a consistently growing demand. Our projected enrollment for Stroh is close to 1,200 and for Bayou Gulch close to 500 this upcoming school year. Bayou Gulch is not quite yet at capacity, but it's within what we have budgeted for an intentionally deliberate and slow growth so that we're building our own culture as we fill up our own middle school and experience pioneering center-based SSN program with the Douglas County School District staff, it's been stretching and enriching. And I want to highlight Superintendent Kane, your vision for this really, an amazing partnership, and we feel very privileged to have this honor to host this. Along those lines is that Lehman Academy, being a high-performing charter school in Douglas County, also has attracted and taken very good care of and continued to enroll 10.4% of scholars with an IEP, which is very close to the Douglas County average, showing that we truly care and take care of every single student that's part of our program. It's also a model that it has a broad appeal. This is a wonderful preparation all the way through 8th grade, and not extremely niche in any way, but more like the education that a couple generations back would have received in this nation. Only pre-K through 8th grade, which would help then feed into strong Douglas County high schoolers coming up through Lehman Academy's program, supporting the enrollment goals of the district as you look at these different areas as they expand. So thank you for your attention this evening, and we welcome any questions you would like to ask.
Yeah, thank you. Very impressive. My question is again around your letters of intent. It says you project 621 students in year one. How are your enrollment projections determined, and what evidence do you have that there is demand for this new campus?
I can start that off and then invite Mike as well. So with our Bayou Gulch campus being newly opened this school year, being our first year, and the intent to enroll for this campus did include Parker as well as Castle Rock. And so being on that Crowfoot corridor, as recent as 12 months ago, our list was about 1,000 scholars, with a large percentage being from Castle Rock. And many of our families do make the commute currently from Castle Rock, including the southern neighborhoods, all the way to either one of the two campuses in Parker. We also have a website capturing right now intents to enroll that we will make available and also welcome that as a condition of approval.
First of all, I'd like to tell you all that I'm happy I'm not sitting in your seat. You've got a tough decision. You've got 3 fine schools here, in my opinion at least. And I think there's probably room for 1.5 at this point in time. I think the future looks pretty good down there. But one of our issues on the projecting enrollment is, as you could see, we still have about 500 spots to fill at our new Bayou Gulch school. And I do not think that we'd be able to open a school any sooner than 28 and more likely 29. And I base that on the fact that you've got zoning issues, you've got construction issues, you've got financing issues, you've got architectural issues of putting the buildings together. I don't see in this day and age how you can make any promises before 28, to be honest, and I wouldn't want to say we could be out there in 29. Now, in relationship to the list, it's very difficult to project out to 2029 as to what we would be, but I think that our track record and our experience here in Douglas County is fairly well established, and that we've done a good job, and we've had a waiting list, and we've gone ahead and managed to fill all the schools on the schedule that we set out to fill them at. I hope that answers your question. It's not as thorough as you'd probably like, but it's as best we can give you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Director Geiger.
I'm going to ask the hard question.
Sure.
Tell me about lessons learned with your delay at Bayou Gulch.
I don't think we have enough time.
Give me the 3-minute version of that. I was in favor of that. As a member of the LRPC, I supported the sharing of land. But I know that the delay caused trouble for some of your students, caused some trouble for some of the district.
Yes.
So tell me how we're going to avoid that if you replicate.
Well, first of all, I already have a building designed and approved, which I didn't have before.
Replication means same architecture.
Well, it certainly would work that way if we could find a similar piece of property. But if you saw the piece of property that we're located on and what it looked like before we started with the big yellow machines and what it is today, I was even amazed that you could do that. But here in Colorado, the folks know how to move dirt and make new pads that are pretty nice. At this point, I had a site in mind, but I found out a couple weeks ago that that has been sold. When I looked 3 years ago now at sites, there were 60 on the list of potential sites for a school in Douglas County. I'm assuming that a couple of them might have been sold off or used, but we did get a piece of property from you, but I want you to know it was not for free. We made an exchange. We built 4,000 square feet at a cost of about $1.5 million, and we got 11 acres in exchange for it. So there really is no free lunch, as they say. And this certainly wasn't a free lunch, but I think that the people who are involved in that center-based program are very happy with the facility that we built for them. And I hope that they'd be happy with another one. And we would like to talk with you about that possibility. But it's not necessarily owned by Douglas School. I think the last piece, Mary can help me with this, but I think it was actually owned by Douglas County, and we worked out an arrangement that it was set up for either a park or a school or something along that line. And I imagine there's other pieces, because every developer is required who's doing homes to give a big piece of property to the district or the schools or for parks or something. So there's something out there. And we're more than happy to do a center-based program, which if there's a demand for schools down there, there's definitely a demand for that as well. So I wish you'd keep that in mind, that I think we are the only ones that are willing to do that or have offered that up in our application. Supply chains is what I talked about before, and we definitely experienced that. We had 3 different shipments of glass to the property. The first 2 shipments were thrown in the trash because they were not to specification. And that caused an awful lot of delay. And we went into the winter with no windows, and that caused a lot of water damage and a lot of other issues. But I think a lot of the things that have been learned, that building could be built faster and quicker, and I think we can get it done quicker. But I'm much more cautious than I was before. And even then, I was asking for a lot of time.
Right. And I appreciate that, and everybody learns from past experience. I guess the question I have to ask is, if you have to buy the land at outside market, not get something that's dedicated from the county, is this still a financially viable program?
I can't honestly answer that for you because I don't know what the price of the land is going to be. I think we paid almost effectively about $3 a foot for, if you take what we put in to build your facility and what we got in exchange for it, it comes out to about $3.50 a foot. 3 years ago, I couldn't buy land for that price around here. Now, maybe it's changed, but from the amount of development, I don't think it has. I have not gone out and looked. Okay. I do know of one of the properties that was discussed. I looked at it, and it's a big old piece of property, and it's sitting right in the middle of a neighborhood, and there's 10 houses deep all the way around it. And I can just imagine trying to go through zoning on that, saying we're going to have a soccer field with lights, and they'll be out there till 10 o'clock, and we may have a band practicing some nights. That's going to be a tough piece of property to put a school on and have happy neighbors. I don't know about the others. I haven't looked, but there's a lot of development out there. And obviously, there's a need, because everybody here has picked that as a need. And I think all of you know that that's the place that there's a need in this community, because you're not building, no one's building there, and it's growing like crazy. When I first looked down there 2.5, 3 years ago, there were a lot of yellow machines building roads and lots, and there were about 20 or 30 houses. Today, it is solid houses, and there's a 30,000 house development going across the way on the west side of 25, and Crystal Valley Parkway is being built over the 25 now to get there. So you got you're going to need schools there. You may even need 2. But I think you do have to pick somebody or pick 2 and say, you can do this one and you're second, but you need time to get the architecture done, to find the land and do all of that stuff.
And my final question is,
Sure.
There's an application through CSI for a classical academy in another part of the county. Do you have any concerns that that's going to, again, because people travel to classical, do you have any concerns that if that is approved, that might impact your enrollment?
Do you know where they're applying? I don't.
Sterling Ranch.
No, I don't. That won't. I don't think that'll have an effect. We have people that travel a long way, as all the other schools do, but there aren't that many of them. And after a while, that's a long road trip every day for an hour one way and back. And we've seen that. They go away, unfortunately, but they don't stay for very long. Anything else, sir?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
We have a question from Director Moore.
Hey, guys, thank you for your presentation. This is just a ton of a technical question on your application. On page 8, where it talks about enrollment, first year, second year, in the fourth column, it shows special ed and 504 students, and the number for year 2 is really large, and I wondered if that was just a typo and what that correct number would be.
I'm gonna.
Okay. With that, I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, but I think our correct number would be very close to our current average for scholars with special needs and an IEP, so really close to 10%, and then growing in proportion to enrollment would be the correct number. I apologize if that's a typo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Meek?
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the students. That was really great to hear the recitation. This question actually is for the superintendent first. When there's a charter school with multiple campuses, does each campus have a unique school code? I'm just not really sure how that's handled.
It depends on how it's set up. I've seen it both ways.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what the answer is for Lehman, but I am guessing that Mr. Mosier might know.
We do have the same code for
Single
both
school
campuses.
So it's the same code for both campus, and it would be the same code for a third campus?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes, so the same code, the same governing board, and school accountability committee with representation from each community.
Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of where I was wondering, because you were talking about the school accountability committee and that governance structure. And by state law, you all know, the SACs are responsible for making recommendations on school improvement plans and school priorities for spending funds, the unified improvement plan, and et cetera. And you feel like one committee can suffice for 3 different campuses?
Would you like to speak to that picture?
I'd be happy to speak on that. I was actually vice chair of our SAC, so have some experience with that. As our school campuses have grown into the Bayou Gulch campus, we realized as a governing board that we needed to recognize especially under one school code, that we needed to expand the SAC basically and revise the bylaws to allow for parent representation from that campus specifically, because each campus, even though we fall under the same school code and we have the same curriculum and the same values and essentially the same teaching standards across all the campuses, each campus, especially with the new program that we have with the district, has unique needs in and of itself. And so it's important for us to maintain that culture as an umbrella with the individual stakeholders on the SAC. And so I think that Dr. Edwards has done a lovely job being able to maintain the culture across 2 campuses, reaching now into the southern area of Douglas County to meet the needs of future development down there, while empowering his principals. His principals are highly invested in the schools and maintain that same cultural perspective, and that then trickles down into the SAC. So it's been very impressive to see, even with the Bayou Gulch campus opening this year, how we've been able to maintain those standards and then start to exceed kind of what the original vision was for Lehman Academy, understanding that we have some very talented, very capable, incredible parent guardian representation in the school district. So I think it's an opportunity for a constant evolution. We have to be fluid with what the demands are, but certainly not something that we are opposed to maintaining that culture.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I was just showing and conferred with Dr. Edwards, but yes, there was a typo on that on page 8. Definitely, we saw that as well in our review. It says 6,138 with enrollment of 1,000 students. The 6 shouldn't be there. It should just be 138. Just for clarification, Director Moore. That's a lot. Okay, so one more presentation we have by STEM School Highlands Ranch, and this again is a replication of a portion of the school, and so they are seeking approval to replicate the pre-K 8 portion of their existing school into a new location.
Sorry. Mr. Mosier, I'm sorry, real fast.
Yes.
Director Myers has a quick question.
Sorry.
And I'm asking you, I think, wonder if you would know, 3 schools kind of looking at the same area when we've got STEM and we've got an expeditionary and we have a classical education. Do we put out any interest or try to gain something from that area as to what the kind of school that would most interest them? Do we do that as a school district or Aaron? I don't.
So in our charter process, it is up to the charter applicant to show evidence of demand by holding community meetings, et cetera, in the area in question. The onus is not generally on the district to be able to go gather interest.
And I just wondered versus a neighborhood school, how that have we put out the interest for a neighborhood school? What Crystal Valley's?
We haven't specifically put out interest for a neighborhood school, but I would say that the students in Crystal Valley, I think we could look at the enrollment of the students in Crystal Valley, how many of them are currently attending a neighborhood school. That would be one way to look at it. But no, we have not put out an interest survey for a neighborhood school versus an alternative choice.
Okay, and I'm sorry, one last question. Do we know the population of schools students from Crystal Valley that maybe go to World Compass? Because that is a really short travel time, they don't have to go that far to get to World Compass.
I'm sorry, Director Myers, without having that, I don't have those numbers handy.
And I'm sorry, I
I'd
just
be
thought of
happy
it off
to.
the top of my head.
It's
so-
okay. I'll be happy to get those numbers to you all, though.
Thank you.
Good. So I'm going to turn it over to Matt Cartier and his team from STEM.
Thank you, Douglas County Board members, Superintendent Kane, staff, team, community, those watching. It really is an honor to present our application today. I'm going to introduce my team in a little bit, but they're a big part of why we're excited about replicating here in Douglas County. The honor is really to create another school that allows students to thrive, lead, and succeed in their lives and in the community around them. That is our why. It's why we wake up every day. Today, I want to present a vision, and that vision to execution. The vision is really this Kozon way. And I know Kozon isn't a word you've heard a lot when related to STEM, but it's been around since 2017, became an entity a couple years ago, and it is the network that we're building to create more problem-based, STEM-focused schools, not only here in Douglas County, but hopefully in Colorado and wherever we can go to create more schools where kids can thrive, lead, and succeed in their lives. So this network, when you think about the Kozon way, it's really that we value students, their unique gifts and abilities. You heard our kids talk today. Who they are is what we look at first. And so when you look at our program model, picture the student being at the core of this model, that kind of yellow circle, that's the student. They're unique, they're valued, but what we do is we infuse problem-based learnings into their education from pre-K all the way through 8th grade. At our current campus, it goes through 12th grade. But these problems actually bring kids to life. They begin to learn about who they are, what their strengths are, what their passions are, what their interests are, because they get out of their seat, they start engaging. And the cool thing about this model is they actually fail. They learn what their challenges are and their weaknesses are. And if you know about today's generation, they need that sense of failing and resilience. And in doing so, they develop a community. Their being begins to develop. And if you walk our campuses and meet our kids and you talk to them, they're going to say, what do you love about STEM? It's my home. I feel known here. That comes out when you talk to them. They also have a community. They shake hands and they're like, I need you, you need me. And that's actually what our workforce needs today, is this sense of like, what am I good at? Where do I need help? And how do we do it together? As we get to know our kids, we actually develop pathways for them. You talked about kids where they don't hold me back in math. They actually create different electives. The amount of electives at the middle school, I had no idea. I've worked at 4 different schools in Douglas County. I've been here since 2009. I've been in education for 26 years. The electives that our kids have in middle school is amazing. Just really like gives them opportunity to dive into their passions. So that is a big part about who we are. So this is the Kozan way. It's a path of getting to know the students through problem-based learning. Their identity gets developed, and then we set a pathway. So who are we? We are a group of passionate leaders. Our teachers deeply care about the kids. We want a safe environment more than anything. Everyone has equal value. When you look at our kids, the theme you'll see is we want to redefine their limits and really unleash their potential for who they are. Not only just as students, but as people. So how do you unlock their potential? How do you get them to thrive, lead, and succeed? Well, we're going to look at our flagship campus. I've been there 2 years now, and I'm just astonished at, I didn't know it was the 11th biggest charter school in the state. There's 262 charter schools. We're the #1 rated public school, school in Douglas County for both elementary and middle school, according to Niche. Niche is a company that even higher education schools are pointing to. We're the #1 most diverse school. You saw that today when kids presented. 88% of our kids, K through 2, they read at grade level, and their math is at grade level 2. What you don't know about STEM, probably, because I had no idea, is the reading, writing, and math. Even the humanities is done well. You think about project-based learning, hands-on learning. We talk about problem-based learning. I'll talk about that in a second again, but all of, like the test scores, even in reading, writing, math, and humanities, are great too. So there's nothing sacrificed when it comes to just a traditional education, STEM as well. And then 11% of our students are special education students. There's a lot not even captured here. Last board meeting, I heard 2 parents talk about the need for twice exceptional training for teachers, more education around that. It's a growing population in our world today. That is a lot of who we are at STEM School Highlands Ranch. And our teachers know how to engage those students and deal and support with them and give them a home. So I really love to see their spirits come to life. And I do think there's gonna be more and more of a need for that here in Douglas County. One misnomer I'll kind of just address too is that STEM is just a school for bright kids. And actually, when you think about a problem-based learning model, you can diversify it so you challenge the board student, but you can actually come alongside and support the kids who have learning challenges. So it's actually a model for all kids. In the last year, I just want to brag on the school. So enrollment, as you know, or you may not know, dipped for 4 years in a row at a rate of 5%, so 20% over 4 years. This year we stabilized, which is really encouraging. Next year, we're actually projecting a 10% growth conservatively. I was hoping just for 5%. So we're coming in with really a great tournament around in enrollment. Our teacher retention was over 90% last year, and it's looking to be the same this year. A few years back, we were at 68%, so a huge turnaround. Our TLCC surveys went up by almost 20% in almost every question, one of the best surveys in all of Colorado. When you look at our academic scores, we went up from 83 to 88 in our SPF. That's the biggest jump we've had since 2019. And if you look at the history of the school, we've had great SPF scores all along. Our leadership team is a passionate group. They stand behind me. We truly are a team. We love working together, and we developed a strategic plan with our community that talked about getting our identity first, then our experience, and then preparing for growth. So my proposal to you is this is the right school at the right time with the right timeline. When you think about the right school, workplace, Colorado, STEM jobs 2030, 80% of new jobs by 2030 will be STEM jobs. When you think about kids that have STEM careers, double the income than those who don't have STEM careers. Also, there's only 15 to 20% of students that have access to a true STEM education in Colorado. When you think about a true STEM education, that's from kindergarten all the way through. It's not just a lab, it's not just an elective, but it's like in every single unit that we do. It's our template. So this workforce need is urgent, and it's coming. Mark Baisley mentioned tonight we're already working with quantum computing, and we have elective with middle school students. We're learning quantum in pictures, and one of our teachers is writing lessons for other students even in Denver public schools. So the other thing, this is the right school at the right time, is our learners are changing. They aren't sitting at desks all the time and just taking in information. Some of them are, and that's why we have great choice for schools. But there's a lot of learners that need to get up. They have attention span issues. They're very good on technology. They actually love to be in community, and they like high meaning in their life. So that actually describes our school, but that's the current learner, and we're getting more and more of those as you look at the kids coming up. I already mentioned the 2E students, but the population demand, we can't deny, is growing on the margins of Douglas County. I don't want to have another Sterling Ranch happen down in South Castle Rock. I think we should get ahead of that, and that's why these 3 schools have targeted that demand. You talk about letters of interest, that's one way to show demand, but another one is just to say, where are the homes being built? And do we have a good operator to go in there and actually provide a good school to those kids? And then, so that's why that area is targeting. I think we've learned some lessons from Sterling Ranch. But the other is, when you look at the schools right now, 14 of our schools that are charter schools are classical core knowledge schools. If you count Ascent, that's 15. If John Adams goes in, that's 16. If Lehman gets approved, that's 17. There's 3 right now that are problem-based, project-based, hands-on, progressive type schools. We're one of those 3. There's 3 others, like a Montessori, a performing arts school, and then 2 language schools. When you talk about parent choice, you talk about innovation. That's why charter schools were developed, was to give parents different choices. So we are the right school at the right time to give parents that choice in the growing areas of Castle Rock. So let's expand the access for this type of learning. Our model is ready to scale. We're gonna see a proposal in a second, and I think Lehman had the same idea and the same proposal, and that's a timeline that would be a 2028 start, not 2027. But when you want, the check boxes I would like to say is, let's check the boxes. Is STEM a good operator? Is it a good school to say, yes, we authorize STEM to go and start a new school in Douglas County? And I'll tell you why that's needed first. But when you think about the check boxes, our academic model is strong. We've been doing a lot of work just on our scope and sequence, our best problem-based learning. I want to just announce now our glue that's going to hold this school and all future schools together is a student showcase. In April, the kids will work on their problems, they'll connect to industry partners, and they will present that showcase in April. And it's going to bring the community together and highlight the great work that the students do. Our governance structure, they've been working for 2.5 years with a consultant, and they've got their ducks in a row. Really proud of our board. It's the best board I've ever reported to. Our finances are one of the best in the country, not just the state. Our investors said we ranked in the top 80 in all charter schools in America. And then our leadership team, which if we could just for a moment, if I could have them stand so you can see their force actually on who they are on their faces. I'm not going to introduce everyone, but this is the team that actually supports the executive director. And if Lenan, you could raise your hand. So we support her, we serve her. She leads STEM School Highlands Ranch, and she is amazing. She was there before I became, and she started changing the culture at STEM to be what it is today. And we want to do that with another executive director at another school. So I don't think, thank you guys very much. I love working with you guys. I talked to the Charter League, and they don't know of any other school in Colorado that has a setup where we have an executive director who's going to continue to run STEM school, and then my position is to think about growth and sustainability. So you don't have someone trying to do 2 things at one time. Our team averaged 24 years of experience in their field. Like this is what we do, our different positions. We've started 9 different schools, built 17 different buildings, hired 10 different groups of staff, and we've built 4 curriculum from the ground up. We're ready to go, and we want to propose to you as a team, all along since I've been here, our goal is to collaborate with the district. We know we haven't had that reputation kind of going into the last few years, and so we made it our mission to say, we're here to collaborate. And so when you look at our timeline, we want to demonstrate now, yes, we're a good operator. We hope you see that in us. We hope we can demonstrate that. The demand is general demand. Is there general demand, meaning are there homes being built? Do you think Douglas County might want an innovative, entrepreneurial, problem-based charter school based on the parents that live here, based on the work that they do? I would say yes, and we're going to show that. We actually have a new website that's launching where we can get general interest. And I think that's what expressions of interest are. Another district leader told me it takes 15 expressions of interest to get 1 enrollment. That's not an effective way to show that we're going to start a school. Throughout the state, people get expressions of interest. They still have a hard time opening. So may it be that we're actually going too fast from authorization to opening our doors. May it be we actually go through the right process to open our doors. So I, new to charter school, new to the process, and I would just like to offer a suggestion. It might even be good for the state. But what if we checked the box and said, well, I'll stay here. Oh, I don't think, it's not gonna go back. All right, maybe it will. There we go. Check the box if we get operator, then we can go find land. Renaissance talked about this, Lehman talked about it too. We've already experienced it. We went to go buy land. Guess what? Someone bought it before us because they're gonna do a 90-day close. We can't close until we get authorization. It wouldn't be good financial stewardship of our money. If we did, we could buy it, take the risk, hope we get authorized, and then what if we don't? Then we're stuck with it, we have to sell it, repurpose it. So you're really in a tough spot business-wise to say, okay, let's get the land first. The other reason, I actually got letters of, like for John Adams, I got expressions of interest in my mail. I live 35 minutes from John Adams. Like I may drive there, but that's a pretty broad, like we're just gonna like spread it out. So it's fine for now, but we're really thinking about how to get enrollment. I've hired a director of community engagement. She's been a leader of executive directors. She's a fundraiser. We really think about community engagement. The power of a charter school is in its community. So let's just say you authorize this. We find land in South Castle Rock. We're gonna double down in year 2 and 3, summer camps. Then we're gonna do coffees. We're gonna be at churches. We're gonna be targeting geofence with ads. We're gonna be putting our videos out there. We're gonna be volunteering. That's our community because we found land there. We're actually invested there. And so then those interests can turn into enrollments. With a longer timeline too, we can actually hire and train our staff at a better capability. It's hard to run a problem-based learning school, so to get the director ready, the people ready takes time. So here's the rationale really. We wanna work with the district, we just don't wanna find land somewhere and be like, hey, we're here. It's actually, no, where do you need us? We wanna actually go where you need us. Because we know with 5A bond passing, you can build 2 schools and support legacy. But the other 3 that we've been told about that need to be built, we sold land in Crystal Valley. We're not building in Crystal Valley. So we're kind of confused a little bit on the strategy to meet the demand, but we're here. We want to work. We want to collaborate as far as working with the district to figure out where's a good spot. And then it allows us time to build the land or find the land, design the building, do the deep community engagement, and then build our team. So here's basically the milestones. And our commitment to you is if we don't meet our milestones, we'll come to you and we'll say, hey, we didn't meet our milestone. I don't want to start something that's going to fail. I've lived here since 2009. I love this community. I want to start another school that's basically growing up students that are going to make a huge impact for this world and this community. So that's what gets me up every morning. And if we're not on track to start a great school, then we'll let you know. And so that's our timeline. Find a site by May of next year. Financing. The zoning, as we know, can be quite a task. Begin construction. With our enrollment, we aren't even going to pretend. We're not going to say we're going to come here with 500 expressions of interest. We would like to show that to you by December, once we get authorized. Because to put all that work and effort into the huge marketing campaign and going all over when you really don't know if you got the support of the board is actually quite honestly not a great use of our time. So if we have your support as being a great school, it's going to change lives, we will go out there and pound on doors and show you the interest and bring it back to you. So it's a conditional authorization is what we're asking for. Conditionally on us finding land, conditionally on us showing you the interest, conditionally on us building a community that's super excited about this school. And if it's not happening, we'll pull our authorization and we'll thank you for the opportunity to try. But we're very confident that we can do it, we will do it. And again, thank you for having us here today. I'm gonna bring up my team. I have 4 of us ready to answer questions, but if there's a deeper dive, I got obviously more people that can answer questions here as well. So thank you again, team, for coming. I just wanna say the interest, the passion on our campus right now is high. Did love to have you come and tour, and just like you saw Renaissance, we'd love to have you come and see the school and walk you around. And thank you for those that already have come and visited the school. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You answered most of my questions because my questions were around the intent to, or the letters of intent, and you talked about the conditional authorization. So that answered my questions. I'll start with Director Weiniger.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. It sounds like you have the academics great at your school and going very well, and I appreciate you showing all of us that. I actually have a question, I think, for Mr. Mosher. I was wondering with this application process, because it sounds like you want a conditional agreement, if that's the right term.
I think so.
And I was just wondering, in this process, is that something that is talked about? Because it kind of sounds like all of the 3 schools presented today are kind of leaning into that cart before the horse type thing with the letters of intent. So I was just wondering, as like a school district, how that, or just as this whole process, how that operates, or options around that.
So we will definitely talk about that as part of our recommendations, but we're not prepared to talk about that tonight, if that makes sense. Yeah.
No worries. So it's one of those things that maybe isn't talked about during the CART process. It's more of like the staff kind of comes forward with that, or?
Oh, it is definitely talked about during the CART process. Yeah, it's just that the CART debrief and feedback haven't come to cabinet yet, so we're not ready to speak to that till after Tuesday.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Director Geiger?
First of all, thank you for your email and your list. I've had a chance to get through your attachment, and I think it explains things very clearly. Also kind of reflects, I suspect, how you teach your kids. Here's my concern, and I understand, you have to have the approval before they'll loan you the money to build the land. If we do a conditional approval and 2 years from now you don't have the LOIs, does the fact that you've bought this additional land and now have that land put additional stress on your current enrollment? Because I'll be honest with you, I don't want to stress current STEM on the possibility that we're going to have second STEM.
Right.
Do you understand the question?
Yep.
And so, and I think this applies probably to all 3. How do you buy land on the chance, on good or bad, that you're going to have enough kids to build a school without putting pressure on the current environment?
I think there's two answers. I'll answer the location side of it, and then I'll have Sean answer our finance side of it. On the location-wise, we did consider asking to start a pre-K to 5th grade close to our current campus to feed into our middle school to kind of, and the more we thought about it, that didn't make sense, because I think what was going to happen is this current stress on our current enrollment. What does make sense is to start a new ecosystem. So we're really looking at the margins of Douglas County. Right now, we pull kids from 20 to 30 miles, not minutes, like they drive. I'll show you a heat map sometime. They come from all over. So if we're at South Castle Rock, we think we're getting Larkspur people coming our way. If we go to Northeast, and that's the other part of our application that says Castle Rock, we're actually open to Northeast Parker, Sterling Ranch. We've been looking at Sterling Ranch for a while, so John Adams was a bit of a surprise. To be quite honest, it's been a little bit of like trying to figure out where the best place to go is. That's why we want to collaborate and work with the district. So location matters. We don't want to be too close to our current campus to pull kids from our current campus, but financially, we're in a good spot to be able to weather the storm.
Sure. I can't take credit for this, but STEM has done a great job being fiscally responsible in the past and has a $14 million fund balance with a $20 million budget. So to be able to have and meet all the current bond requirements of days cash on hand, our fund balance ratios is, I think what Mr. Cartier mentioned, we're one of the top 80 charter schools in the nation as far as where we're standing currently financially. So we do have that ability to reach into our fund balance. We also have partners in the financial world that have given us a heads up that they would be able to fund some of those land properties even without touching some of that fund balance. So we feel fairly confident, and if something were to fall through, we would be looking to sell some of that property back.
Okay, and worst case scenario, you end up with land in Douglas County, which in general has been a decent investment.
May I also
2008 excluding.
I'd also like to add that in regards to our current enrollment, so right now we're projecting enrollment around 1,530 for next school year. We're currently enrolled at 1,400. Part of that is we have a building that at one time, 2019, had 1,800 students. That was not the best environment for student education. So what I'm actually looking at when it comes to enrollment is looking at where do those families best belong in building a community. So right now, we're hiring accordingly as we increase enrollment. So our secondary school is not on a wait list, not because we don't have continually increasing demand, but because we're able to hire in a building that has the way we're using the building and the way we're maximizing the classroom space. So as we're looking at demand in a different area, I would say what location is best for our families to build that community, be part of that community. So I actually think that having 2 locations would enhance our current enrollment in our Highlands Ranch campus because we continue to develop that community engagement while we're also building it in a second location.
And that leads into my next question, if I may, President. As a district in our neighborhood schools, particularly our neighborhood high schools, we have to pay extra to get STEM teachers. We have to pay extra for that kind. Do you anticipate any issues in replicating your staff and your faculty?
We have also increased our rate of pay to compete with legacy and retaining and recruiting high-level teachers for those STEM high school classes. As you know, it's always a struggle to find individuals. However, with our industry partners and those that are currently working with our schools, we often recruit. In fact, we have somebody coming from robotics that's worked with Lockheed for the last 10 years, former STEM student who is leaving Lockheed to come be one of our faculty members next year. So they see the good that's happening in our building, and they're leaving industry to come help with our current student population and having our students move into those future fields. So.
Thank you.
Also, pre-K to 8 is less expensive as
Yeah,
far
I
as like
agree.
hiring teachers, so it won't be as challenging.
Most definitely. And I'll ask you essentially the same question I asked Lehman, and I think Renaissance addressed it too. You are more flexible on where you're intending to build. It feels like everybody's rushing for the same pool of students in Crystal Valley. Do you have a concern about how that works? You talked about charter narrow options, except I've got Renaissance here as one type, and I've got Lehman as another, and I've got you as a third. Do you think there's an overlap in the students that you're looking to recruit, particularly if you choose to go into Castle Rock?
If we were to go to South Castle Rock, even if we were to go to Sterling Ranch, let's just say we found land there and we wanted to go to Sterling Ranch, what you will find is there are people competing for the same kids to go to different schools in those areas. If all 3 were to open at the same time, there's no question there's going to be competing people going to those schools. And I do think part of this conditional acceptance makes a lot of sense in the sense of like, well, if that's where we're going, if that's where we find land, then let's actually go and get the demand and show that people want to go to this type of school. And that's what we're going to do is actually get those names, get those numbers, come back and show them to you and get the demand to come and speak for itself that this is where we want to go. No doubt that Lehman's a great school. I know Jason well, and I have a lot of respect. I'm a classically trained person myself. It really just comes down to choice. I don't think there's enough choice in South Castle Rock and kind of Parker for this type of school. And I think for us to be on both ends of Douglas County really will satisfy a lot of parent need and parent choice. Renaissance and us are a little bit different in the sense of the project-based, experiential, expeditional, that's the focus. We're similar in some ways, but really the problem-based, we don't do as many projects. We're really like, what's the problem and how do we solve the problem? So that's a big difference for us between Renaissance and us. So it really comes down to who has the best chance to succeed, and if you put us on different timelines, I don't envy your decision, just like was said earlier. 2 great schools, great leaders, and I love working in Douglas County because we do have a great educational system. So,
Thank you for your time.
Director Myers.
So thank you for the presentation, and yes, I've visited the school, I think a couple of times, one time when we looked at the Evolve system, and then recently this year, right? A couple of things that I just kind of was observing, please correct me if I'm wrong, but with all 3 presentations of our charter schools, there appears to be, with maybe the moving out of timeline, that we're looking at more cautionary because, and I think our school district, and I'm going to just say this as one board member, we're also looking at that because it's a devastating what we've had to do in Highlands Ranch to consolidate schools. And I was at Ranch View in '97 when it was just, the schools were popping up all over the place. I do actually remember students leaving Ranch View to go to STEM, and I think out of all the kids I knew, I remember one student coming back because it wasn't the school for him. But, and I'm glad you had that about the core knowledge in classical because and the language, because, if you looked at Crystal Valley, you are close to a language, which is World Compass, and then, of course, DCS Montessori, Castle Pines, and the core knowledge, of course, we've got American Academy, and Ben Franklin's clear up in, Highlands Ranch. So, and one thing I really wanted to ask you about that I saw tonight with the kids. I think I had a mindset a long time ago. STEM was really for a specialized group of kids. But with the kids that came up tonight, it felt like the one girl that talked about basketball and then she wanted to play soccer, performing arts. And so are these just new that have been, you just keep adding into your school to have that whole child development? Because I noticed, that was part of the, we have the problem-based learning and then you had the whole child development. And I understand, of course, the real world application, but throughout your development of STEM, have just some of these just gradually, you're seeing the needs of your kids and you're bringing that in?
I mean, with the problem-based learning, I think our students need a different type of learning. So I think going back to who we are with the PBLs, and kids want to be excited to come to school every day. And while some students might be excited by classical learning, our first graders are figuring out how to navigate a hike and learning light and sound and coding and math skills. So they're excited to solve that problem and they're excited to come to school. So then as we look at building those programs, our kids are unique, but then they shine in different avenues, not just in academics and not just through the PBL model. So our students that sometimes do struggle with math, they, given the opportunity with paper, pen, paint, they shine in the area of fine arts and media arts. And then our addition to our gym, I think, was definitely bringing on the CHASA sports. And many of our students may not be the lead actor, actresses in theater productions in our big high school, but they have that opportunity to shine academically at STEM and then have those lead parts at STEM and play in the sports where they might not have made JV or varsity in our bigger schools. So we do see a need to give them more and more opportunities to shine in various avenues. So, yes.
Good, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
And just to directly answer your question, SEL was not encouraged actually in 2019 in STEM. And so now we have an access class 2 times a week. Kids have their own teacher they stick with all of middle school or all of high school, and they get to know them. And so it's a huge shift actually at the school that's happened in the last few years to focus on the whole child. It's a very new thing. So, and thanks to Lynanne and her team. Yeah.
Director Meek.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Your student commenters were very compelling and impressive, and it was wonderful to hear from them. You had mentioned the heat map of where everyone comes from for STEM. When you look at that and then you look at potential demand, where is the ideal location for that campus?
The ideal location is honestly, it's just been identified. It's the Plum Creek area with the amount of development. There's not a lot of schools there. It's far enough from our current school that it's not going to pillage our current school. I actually think the Canyons area is not bad. It's still somewhat close. But when you think about the arteries that it has into Parker, Lone Tree, Castle Rock, we're all about quality. That's how we're going to stay alive and continue to be a great school. And so the quality that we're going to provide at STEM School Highlands Ranch and at the News Campus, we believe will be full. And we don't want to be like huge. We just want to be big enough to run an effective financial, great quality school. And so that's another location. I think I mentioned Northeast Aurora by the reservoir over there. There's some developments going on. There's not a lot of schools there. That would be another place. Sterling Ranch is ideal for us. I just don't see putting 3 schools in there in 3 years making a lot of sense. So we'll see what happens with John Adams, but, you know, we'll also be open to looking there and have been looking there over time too. So those would be our ideal locations, South Castle Rock, Canyons area, Northeast Parker, and then Sterling Ranch.
I think when we look at our numbers of our current campus, we're pulling students from Cherry Creek, Jeffco, Denver. So many of our students come from outside of Douglas County, which then are Douglas County students. So I do believe that lower region is going to attract the students up from the Monument, Larkspur, Palmer Ridge area because they don't have a STEM opportunity there. So I do think it would be advantageous to Douglas County to then also recruit from that south end and bring more students up north our way.
Great, thank you all so much.
I do want to give you a sneak peek.
Yes.
We are going to be doubling down on our high school at STEM School Highlands Ranch. It's a great school, but when you walk the campus and you're there, the resources can improve. And that, when you look at like a great high school, it creates a great middle school, which creates a great elementary and preschool. And so that's another way to sustain our current campus is just you're going to see that elevate in the coming years too. So thank you. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you all very much. Please tell all your students they were amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the time. Thank you for the applicants and your presentations. Are there any more questions for me on process or next steps?
Director Geiger.
I would only express, and I think Director Weiniger expressed this as well, at the time of recommendation, I would like more information about how a conditional approval might work. It's not something I'm familiar with.
So I actually can forward this to you, but we did one for World Compass Academy back in 2013, and it was around students intending to enroll, and they were given extra time, so it might be something for us to look at.
I would find that helpful.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to move into number 19, our recess. We'll come back at 8:15. All right, the meeting of the board is now back in session. Moving on to item number 20, the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget and superintendent monitoring reports for EL 9 budgeting and EL 10 financial administration.
Lights on. Okay, great. Okay, so you have a bit of me, so we'll start with the 25-26 budget, proposed budget. So agenda, we're gonna start really high level, dig into some of those available resources and our spending priorities. It's important to know what's one-time and ongoing uses in the budget. We're gonna come back to that fund balance again, because that's really the good summary of what we're doing with the budget. Talk really briefly about other funds. There's not much change going on in those, so that'll be really fast. There are still some unknowns with this proposed budget, and then supplementary materials and next steps. So starting with the big picture. Start with the graph on the right-hand side. We have audited 23-24, estimated 24-25 in the middle, and then proposed budget to the right. This is the fund balance. The blue is restricted Tabor and Board of Education, assigned is in the orange, and then unassigned is the gray section. That's the section I'm really gonna focus on and talk about. The decrease from audited to estimate from 23-24 to 24-25 was the board allocation of $20 million for urgent capital needs when that 2023 bond did not pass. So that's why that gray unassigned section decreased from 24 to 25. Now for the 25 proposed budget. We do have a 2% increase in per pupil revenue that is set by the state, and every district will go up by that same per pupil percentage. So our comparisons to the other districts will stay relatively the same. This does not mean that revenue increases by that amount because we are a declining enrollment district, which we'll talk about on the next slide. We also increased overall expenses and transfers by 2% also. And we will be strategically drawing down that fund balance again. So moving to enrollment and funded pupil count. Neighborhood enrollment is down 751 enrollment, so that's head count. Alternative enrollment up 44. Charter schools without Hope Online, down 429. So I want you to notice that charter schools are also decreasing, as are our neighborhood schools. They just decrease at a different rate and depending on which charter schools. Just Hope Online, increase of 4 is the estimate right now. Funded pupil count, different than head count for a couple reasons. One, not every student counts as a full-time funded student. And because we're a declining enrollment, we used to be able to average 5 years of student count. It's down to 4 this year. So this is an average of 4 years of student count. So estimated decrease of about 818 students district-wide. This is a history of the enrollment, along with the funded pupil count in the orange. It is stabilizing a little bit, but we have had a lot of change, which is similar across the nation. And then to the right is a percentage of students in neighborhood schools versus charter schools. It was at 23%, now it's 27. And it gets that this is the difference in who's losing students how fast is what that's reflective of. So what does that mean from a revenue perspective? The 2% increase in per pupil revenue means that we have an increase to $11,265, an increase of $342 per student. We have that funded pupil count that decreased 817, which is our average. So we have an addition to our formula that comes from the state of $11 million. Most of that stays in district. We like to show that percentage of state and local and where that comes from. So again, from that program, we tax our local property tax owners, and that they fill up the bucket first. What that does not cover, the state fills in the rest. So what this is here is assessment year to assessment year. Assessments happen in odd years. So 2023 was that big jump in assessments. And we kept saying at that point, We're almost at 50-50 now with that big increase of assessments. Of course, we haven't had the assessments yet for 2025. We have been talking to the assessor's office at the county, and it sounds like things are flat to small increases, so we really don't expect that huge jump that we saw in 2023, but we're getting now really, really close to that 50-50. I think we'll be at 50-50 or a little bit swinging towards taking over the state portion. We're not sure yet, but that's theoretically what that's looking like. So that will be updated at revised, and we'll see what those actual assessments do. The District Accountability Committee is required to give us some budget priorities. The DAC came up with 6 items, and they said, SACs, rank these 6 items from 1 to 6 for us and tell us your priorities. We had 65 SACs respond to that survey, and this is the ranking of 1 through 6. So their top priority was staff compensation, followed by targeted support, student supports, expanding student programming, and then staff benefits. And I really put staff benefits with compensation. But as we talked about during our school consolidation and pairing conversations, number 6 was support for small schools, and that is their last priority. This is not a top 6. You guys are used to seeing this chart, but it's a really good summary of where we made our budgeting priorities. So 44% went to site-based budget discretionary, so that is in the schools and they have some discretion over where they spend those funds. 24% to site-based budget non-discretionary, so it's still in the schools, but they don't have the ability to move that money around. Like you have to have a principal, you have to pay that principal in your building. Next is 14% for district-managed student programming, so that is still in the schools. But it is district manages. So that might be gifted and talented, English language, special education. Next is transportation and facility operation at 13%, and system-wide supports or overhead, 5%. These are the exact same percentages as we have in the current year. Those percentages did not change. So where did we put those funds? The increase in expenditures is 14 million, or that 2% that we talked about. Most of that went to compensation and benefits. So if you remember back in February, you all approved compensation increases that was awarding a step plus a 1% cost of living to licensed, which was an average of 3%. We approved a 3% increase to classified staff and 2% to admin pro tech. Also, we said we're not going to pass along the benefits increases to our employees, so they're going to stay flat. The district will take on all that cost, which was another $2 million. So overall, we invested $14 million into our staff. We invested another $6 million in district-managed student programming, $3 million in transportation and facility operations. And then we had some system-wide increases, which is really like increases in insurance, which we're all seeing across the board. And then we also had some savings to offset those. Some in restructuring SBB allocations and some declining enrollment, and then using assigned reserves. So overall, 14 million increase in expenditures, and that very closely matches what the DAC told us their priorities were. So one-time versus ongoing. We are requesting in this proposed budget a use of 5.6 million in one-time expenditures that comes out of fund balance, 12 million of ongoing for a total fund balance use of 18.1 million. So that begs the question of what does this look like going forward and how long can we do this? So this is a little summary of, we talked about this a little bit during compensation back in February. So in 2019 and 2020, we had about a 4% of unassigned fund balance to expenditures. We were staying at about that level. COVID hit. We had a bunch of COVID money come in, But more than that, we had a lot of vacancies that we couldn't fill. So in those classified positions, a lot of bus drivers, a lot of EA4s from the special education side, and really across the board, we could not fill those classified positions, which was a nationwide problem. So that just goes to the bottom line during those COVID years. We got as high as 12%, which is pretty high. We spent down to 9% in '24, and again, that was that spend of that $20 million that we allocated for those emergency capital needs when the bond didn't pass. We're estimating that it's going to be down to 8% at the end of this year, and then 5% for 2026. So going forward into the future, because this is not a sustainable plan, however, we're lucky that we have this fund balance to help us have the softer landing and a little bit more time to plan into the future, which not every district has right now, which we're seeing from some of those layoffs in other districts. So as we're looking really to 27, 28, that's when those school pairings are really going to start taking effect, and we're going to start seeing those shifts in as people turnover happens. Are we filling those positions or are we not? That's really going to be 27, 28. And we're finding that we're able to fill a lot of positions that we just haven't been able to fill in quite a few years. That means that we're not paying for that much more expensive contract professional services that are out there. And so we're really looking to see how much can we further improve those fill rates the next couple of years. And that will help because it's much cheaper to have our own employees than to contract that out. We're not waiting for those few years. We're going to start here this summer really talking about what those plans might look like going forward and run scenarios based on what we think the state budget is going to be and what some of these changes might look like into the future. For other funds, again, there's not much to talk about. Everything's kind of status quo, which is great. Except for one fund, and that is the bond project fund, which we call Fund 44. So when we sold those bonds in 2024, all those funds went into this fund. We pretty much immediately invested those funds and locked in an interest rate. We expect those interest rates to go down a little bit here in the future, but they're locked in for the most part to match our cash flow. So we do estimate increase in expenditures of $28 million in 24-25 up to $112 million next year. We are accelerating some of those expenditures because we're anticipating like increase in vehicle costs and increase in steel costs. So we're looking at some of those items that we anticipate possibly some increasing costs and trying to get that maybe purchased a little bit sooner. But that means our ending balance for June 30th, 2026 is projected to be $191 million that we'll keep investing in those capital projects going forward. And then our anticipated interest earnings, which again is locked in to some longer term investments, is expected to be $11 million. There's still some unknowns, as there always is. First is enrollment. We won't know exactly what enrollment looks like until October count, which actually doesn't get finalized until like December. Those position fill rates that we talked about, how many positions are we going to be able to fill versus having to contract that out, which is more expensive. And then School Finance Act hasn't technically passed yet. It's on its third reading in the Senate floor now. I just looked it up and that's where it's still sitting. We don't expect that amount that we're going to get to change. They're just negotiating and talking about some of the fine tuning of the charter school language and how it's going to work with that new 1448 implementation, which will be implemented at 15% this next year. You do have available to you some supplementary materials. Next steps, May 31st is the legal deadline for the public notice. June 10th, we'll be presenting to you the adopted budget on consent agenda. We don't expect many changes at all at this point. It's pretty solid and locked down. At that point, we will ask you to vote on the use of fund balance and appropriations for the next year. June 30th is the legal deadline for budget adoption, and then July 1st, the new year begins. Questions? And I do have Ms. Colleen Doan here to help me with some of the more detailed questions too.
Thank you very much. Director Weiniger.
Thank you, very well done. Apologies for missing the FOC meeting when you presented this to our Fiscal Oversight Committee. I was looking at the minutes though, and it looks like they liked the new format. They commented on that. And then they had some questions. I don't know if there was any that you thought were big enough to point out, or just their overall tone after being presented the budget.
Thank you for that. What the Fiscal Oversight Committee asked for us to do during earlier this year was they said, we want to see more comparisons, more graphs, more statistics comparing us to either previous years or to other districts. And Ms. Doan and her team did an amazing job pulling a lot of that information together. We actually have a lot of that information for just for internal management purposes. So we pulled that together, and it really helps. It's hard to look at these really big numbers and create some perspective around what that means and if we're in line. So we really had good feedback on, we like creating that story around what those numbers mean in relation to other districts and in relation to other years. It gets hard with those COVID years in the middle, so you kind of have to be careful of what you're comparing it to. And I think it was just really good. They really enjoyed the change of the format rather than just a bunch of numbers, to have some good graphs to create perspective with. Do you have anything else?
I just want to clarify, at the April meeting, it wasn't actually the full proposed budget. So all of that Jana just spoke to was not at a holistic, fund level. They are seeing the proposed budget on Thursday. So unfortunately, the meeting cadence this month meant that it was going to go to the board before FOC, but then they will prepare their memo on their thoughts and observations about the full budget after this Thursday's meeting in preparation for the June vote.
Okay, thank you for that. I also wanted to let the board know to expect a memo from FOC around it as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But schools were done at that time and revenue was pretty set, so they have a lot of the picture.
Director Meek.
Thank you for the presentation. It's really clear and easy to follow along. On slide 8, that is where the DAC gave their recommendations. And I appreciated you showing what the DAC recommendations were, and then tying it to okay, so those are the recommendations. And then you tied it to slide 10. The second one, targeted student supports. Can you show where that's reflected here for those maybe that can't see that connection easily?
Yeah, I'll have Colleen talk a little bit more about it. I believe it's in that district managed student programming.
Yes, it's in the district managed student programming. So district managed student programming are dollars that are held in department budgets, not out in school budgets, but are directly related to supporting students. For example, a large portion of this for the last couple of years have been enhancements in career tech opportunities for post-secondary readiness. So we may see this being a neutral bottom line as we receive concurrent enrollment resources to cover those programs, but it is still an expenditure. And so we see that. We see enhancements in addition to post-secondary readiness in our legacy campus. We always see additions into special education. There are additions into learning services, but that's really what that is it's student programming, but kind of housed at a central level.
Thank you for that. When we get to the 1.7 governance process evaluation, one of the themes that emerged was committees liking to see the feedback loop. So when I'd like to be able to go back to DAC and say, here's where those recommendations are reflected, and I just wanted to make sure I was following that okay. And then on slide 12, I appreciated the fund balance look. And I think I ask this all the time, but I don't remember the answer each time. what is the ideal fund balance that we want to have?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have been doing research on that, and we do want to take those specific recommendations to the FOC and potentially have that be a project for next year. There are general fund, and I don't have the numbers at the top of my head. I don't know if you do. There are recommendations by the GFOA that, do you remember that percentage?
GFOA was saying the 2 months.
2 months?
And it would have been, we were
Yeah.
4 million over the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, I just want to clarify that all we're looking at in this graph is unassigned fund balance. So we also have board required reserves and Tabor required reserves. So this is not the totality of our fund balance. This is just the part that's unassigned. Sorry, ladies, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to our public.
That's a perfect clarification. So GFOA, should remind me, is 2 months, either revenue or expenditures, which we are way above that for general fund. And then we also look at Fitch and Moody's, look at our financials. And especially when we sell bonds, they really do a deep dive in. And that's this fund balance is part of why we get that really high rating with them. And we're still way above what so one of them says, it looks like total fund balance, but it looks at all the funds, not just general fund. And that says a minimum of like 15% or 20% for the other one. We're still well within their parameters of where that would start to maybe deduct from our ratings. But I think it would be good to start having some kind of metrics that we're at least giving to Fiscal Oversight Committee to go, here's where we land with some of these. I think we can do that in the future.
It kind of leads to my thinking, and I'm really happy to hear that that's a project for the FOC because we have a planned spend down, but that really ties into what is our bond plan long-term as well, right? With some of, I know we had the graphs when we were talking about passing the bond and we were showing like projected, future. And I think it feeds into this story a little bit, and I'm just wondering if that makes sense to include in some of these presentations.
Yeah, I can answer that. Thank you very much for that question. It is our hope that part of the strategic plan will be, here's kind of our plan for how we're going to invest in our buildings and have that be part of it. We're also looking right now at the increased and assessed valuation and if that provides room, what kind of room that looks like for a future no tax increase bond. One of the things that we are running into with the bond is that, this isn't really what you asked, but I'll mention it anyway, is that the costs, I think Jana alluded to it, but the costs for materials and especially materials are higher than even we anticipated with a really high rate of inflation. And so things are very, very tight in the existing bond. We're managing, but it's very tight.
That was my next question. So taking a look at how the current economy and tariffs and everything is impacting what we've promised to the voters. So that's something we'll have a look at, I guess, in the near future. Okay.
Yeah, and thank you for that question. Yeah, we're looking at that very carefully now. Remember, we do have those interest earnings, and then we have my mind is blanking.
Bond premium.
The bond premium, thank you. The bond premium as well, and so it's looking like, hopefully those two sources will help cover shortages that we might have. But yes, the uncertainty in the market is definitely impacting our bond.
Thank you. And then you alluded to the strategic plan. So that's probably coming to the board in the near future.
Thank you. We set them aside for a little while we managed the growth and decline process was so overwhelming that we could not do the two things in parallel. So the cabinet will be having a retreat in June where we will see the more formalized results and recommended strategic plan along with themes, et cetera. Once we kind of land on something to present to the board, we will present to the board, but that will likely be in August, perhaps. Yeah, and then we would roll it out in the fall sometime.
Perfect, thank you. And I think this is my last question. The enrollment numbers, which is really important when you're creating your budget. I think if my calculations are right, it looks like neighborhood schools were declining about 1.7%, charters about 2.8%. I'm just curious if there's any rationale behind why the charters might be declining more than neighborhood schools, and does that impact our thinking as we're looking at charter school applications? Yeah.
That's page 4.
Sorry, I'll stop. I'm trying. That's the one.
Yes, Director Meek, I believe you're looking at this slide when asking that question. Some of it is that we're comparing actual to projected. And so we're going on the projections that our charter schools are providing. And some of them are further under-enrolled than they expected to be, for sure. So yes, we are seeing that decline. And we've mentioned that in our growth and decline process. You know, when folks in Highlands Ranch were like, what about the charter schools? Our answer was, they are also struggling with declining enrollment.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just, if the public's watching and we are looking at adding new charter schools, that might be a question, right, that we would hear around adding even more supply when the demand is going down overall due to, factors beyond our control. So.
Director Geiger.
First of all, thank you. This is incredibly helpful. You talked about we're using fund balance essentially for a soft landing. I think that was the phrase you used. And that is based on the fact that our enrollment is declining. We're going to get less money, and we're using fund balance to soften that.
Yeah.
As I understand it, the School Finance Act this year was a struggle, and to actually increase the amount per student, some one-time funds were used, correct? From the state
budget side, yeah,
Yes.
they're using, yes, they are.
So one of the things we have to do in planning with our unassigned fund balance is understand that at some point, if the legislature keeps kicking the can down the road about solving school finance, we're going to run out of can, road, or foot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there may come a time in the not distant future, if no big solution is found at the state, that we are going to have to dip into those fund balances even more to not have a soft landing, but prevent an absolute crash landing, correct?
So I do think that this wasn't the hardest year that we're going to see from a state side. I think the next year and the next couple years are going to be equally hard. In my perspective, we had to keep investing in our employees that we currently have with the district. We announced that early that we were giving average of 3% raises to our staff, and a lot of the others around kind of followed suit with that 3%. And if you remember graphs that we've seen in the past where we're gaining up to the pack and we're still at the bottom of the pack, but we're like catching up with them, we can't let that get too far behind again. So we have to be really strategic in how we're investing in our current employees and what that might look like as we have a turnover of our staff, of how we adjust that staffing going forward. But I think that's a really legitimate
Fear
perspective.
is the right word.
Yeah.
And other districts facing declining enrollment have not had such a soft landing, as I recall.
Correct.
Adams 12 laid off a number of students. I did want to thank you and the superintendent. I know that you were very involved in the School Finance Act this year.
Thank you.
I managed to speak for someone from CASB this last week at a meeting. He mentioned how involved you had been, and I appreciate all of that. I think we're better informed than many and better represented than almost all.
Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
Just to piggyback off that, Director Geiger, the FOC has also voiced some concerns about digging into the unassigned. I feel like we have a really good cushion in there, like Ms. Schleicher said, because we got that huge bump in 2020. So as far as like the next year's concerned, I think it's totally fine. And, you take it year by year. And I feel like we have a good oversight committee. We have great staff looking at it. So I wouldn't say, in my opinion, there's fear, but I think we have good people on it to make sure it doesn't get to a fear point.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, our CFO said this, but I also wanted to add that part of the unassigned fund balance drop was due to the 20 million in capital investments that we made, and that's not something that is happening again and again. So I wanted to make sure I pointed that out.
Great, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Do we want to pull up EL 9 and EL 10 and just see if there's any questions? This is EL 9.
Director Meek.
Since everyone's looking at me, I love where we're headed with all of these and the way that they're structured. So I believe, the monitoring report provides really clear, reasonable interpretations, which is a big part of it. The compliance definitions are measurable, which is something that we've talked about, and tying it to outcomes and all. So the only area that I really feel could be strengthened, and it's actually what you mentioned, the FOC was asking for, is actually in that rationale portion where you're providing a connection to other districts or what industry standards or best practices, but being really concrete in the rationale section so that when you look at evidence, you're seeing, yes, we are meeting that rationale piece. And so that would be my feedback on both of the ELs. I think they're really, really close. It's just the rationale area, if it can be tied to those, GASB standards, standards from CDE or requirements from CDE, but also comparing to other districts that are similar in size. And I think just if we could beef up that rationale area, I think they would be absolutely perfect, but it feels like we are moving in the right direction.
Great.
Thank you for that feedback, Director Meek. We will revisit these before we put them on the consent agenda, or would you like us to take that feedback for next year?
I think it's whatever works for you. I think it's an iterative process, and if you have some data that you've already pulled that you mentioned internally that fits and makes sense, that's great. If not, I don't think it's something that would prohibit us from moving forward.
Thank you very much. That helps. Thank you.
Director Geiger.
I will say that hearing that this is part of the valuation process for a bond, and that that is an outside entity looking at our fiscal health, that's a piece of reassuring information that I think could be included in here.
Great. Do you want to move to EL 10?
My comments were the same
Okay.
for both. Yeah.
Great. I think
Okay.
I'm good. Everyone else good? Good. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're still stuck with me.
I know. So we're moving into policy governance section of the agenda and looking at our proposed revisions for our second readings for DB. We'll just start with this one. I think the intent is for us to look at all the policies and then vote on them all together as one.
So no other changes on this one. It's the same that you saw with reading number 1. These all did get posted, and there were no comments on any of these policies that we got back. And again, the Fiscal Oversight Committee has seen all of these policies and helped us with wording around them. So this one, again, just helps more definitively define what honestly means. Any questions on DB? Okay. DBR. So this one, we made a couple changes, I think, to just make it more clear and still increase that transparency. So I'm just going to walk through what the carryover section does, which is where the changes are. So school administration will develop a spending plan if they have the greater of 1% or 150,000 in carryover. That carryover, this was a suggestion last time that we break out the the school accountability committee piece. And so that spending plan should be consistent with the budgeting priorities set by the SAC in accordance with their duties they already have. Then that school administrator will submit that spending plan to director of schools and school leadership team to make sure that they sign off on that carryover plan. And then the school administrator will provide their school accountability committee a copy of that spend plan by May 1st of each year. And then finally, all the carryover amounts will be posted on the website, and that's actually something that Ms. Stone's team does every year after carryover is awarded. It's all posted on the budget website. Any questions on those?
Director Geiger?
I would point out that I happen to be doing growth and decline. I happen to be at a couple of SAC meetings where they discussed carryover funds. And that's something that the SACs are very interested in and very involved in. And I think this policy helps make clear what I think probably is already happening in our schools, is that if you give SAC interest in that, they really will direct it. So I appreciate these changes. I think they're more clear, and I think they reflect a lot of how policy is actually done in our district.
Director Meek?
Hey, you read my mind. We were visiting all the SACs during the budget planning season, and they were having phenomenal conversations on the budget. And this hasn't happened yet, though, right, with the school admin. So how will that be rolled out to principals, and how will they be supported in making sure they know that this is going to be a new requirement?
Yeah, we'll look to Danny Windsor and his team.
So I appreciate the question. A big part of the conversation around our carryovers in our budget is actually something we do informally. I think how it's written formally in policy is something that we're going to make sure it's called out, I think, to make sure that is absolutely happening in every one of our schools. A big part of the conversation where this has lived in the past around carryover has actually been around student count reserve, specifically around enrollment has probably been the greatest challenges we've had. So a lot of that conversation you'll find with SACs, specifically around with this language, has really been around how do we ensure that we're staffing the building appropriately, and if our numbers come under in October, do we have funds to make sure we backfill or have an opportunity to be able to move forward with additional staffing? So we're doing this already. We're just calling out this specifically, but it's really been tied more to student count reserve, has been a lot of the conversation, all while understanding specialized capital improvement projects. We've really built in our SACs specifically around that, whether it's around additional resources or outdoor classroom or fill in the blank. We're doing it, it's just now we're calling it something specifically in policy. So it'll be something we roll out with all of our high school, middle school, and elementary school leaders. But really from a practice standpoint, it's something that is not a significant change for us.
In addition to that, we will update all of our training materials that we give both regionally and our handbooks that we provide, not only at our administration, but also our school accountability committees, that this is a new requirement and it will be added to their timeline of activities for the year.
Great.
All right, which one's next?
DFA.
DFA. I think I'm out of order here. Let me go to DFA. This one had really minor changes, was really just referring to DFA. R was the majority of what we added to this, so no changes actually from the first reading.
Great. DID.
DID, thank you. So this one is capital asset reporting. This is the one that we're changing our asset capitalization policy from 5,000 to 10,000 that will match the grant guidance that is also being changed. This one will not be implemented until July 1st because it's really hard to change this practice mid-year, so this would be a July 1st implementation. No changes from first reading.
Great. DIE.
Thank you. DIE, again, no changes from first reading, really updating language and some just changes in law.
Awesome. DN.
DN. Again, no changes from first reading, so if there's any questions on that one.
No. Okay, well then with that, I will need a motion to approve all policies as presented.
I move to adopt the proposed revisions to the board policies DB, DBR, DFA, DID, DIE, and DN as presented.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Meek. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 22, Board of Education, Self-Evaluation of Governance Process 1.7, Board Committee Structure. Director Meek did this, and I will say I was very impressed with all of your graphs and figures, so thank you for that.
It's called data. I like data. I'm like Matt. Matt's taught me a lot. So tonight I'm presenting the board self-evaluation report for governance process 1.7, board committee structure. This report really draws on the surveys. They were completed by our board committee members as well as our board liaisons, and then a staff liaison also participated. It helps to provide a comprehensive look at how our board committees are functioning in alignment with our policy. And overall, I would say the findings indicate that our committees are operating within their defined charges under the policy language, delivering recommendations and reports on time, and maintaining the governance operational boundary as it's intended in our policies. We also heard that communication between committees, board liaisons, and staff is generally strong, though some open responses pointed to opportunities to improve how we close the feedback loop, which is what I was kind of pointing out earlier, in the budget conversation. Particularly making sure committees understand how their input is used in board decisions. And so that came up in a couple of our board committees. Students brought it up as part of the student advisory group, and some of the other committees brought it up as well in some of their open comments. The report before you includes a recommendation to remove the outdated policy language referring to the Mill Bond Exploratory Ad Hoc Committee, which is still in our policy, and suggesting a review of the policy wording for clarity, especially around the student advisory group charge. It's really interesting when I started looking at that language. They really do have a dual purpose of providing what I would consider operational input as well as the governance piece. So if you look at the policy language, I know that's something that we've struggled with a little bit, trying to work with the students. We don't have time this evening to go into a conversation around this, but I do think it's probably an important area for us to take a look at when we do schedule time for the policy reviews. So basically recommendations to remove the inactive committee language on MBEC, to look at the student advisory group role that's outlined, and then maybe identify any next steps to strengthen communication and feedback loops between our board and the committees that we have. So with that, I'd love to open it up for feedback from all of you and/or questions.
Yeah, so I think a great opportunity to talk about the changes in in the language would be probably for our retreat when we talk about all the other ones. I think that would be a good time to do that, so I'm writing that under my retreat stuff right now. Anyone else have anything? Director Geiger?
I found this extremely helpful. I like the polls. Obviously, I put one in the field as well. I hope you all responded to it. Because each of our committees are somewhat different, and particularly since DAC has it, it would have been helpful to me to see where which committee the open feedback came from.
So I'm glad you actually disaggregated it. I just didn't send the Excel spreadsheet out, so every committee can see its own committee. It's an Excel format, but I have it ready to go. I can send it.
Okay, because because we each have our own committees that we go to, the feedback loop would be different, and concerns about the feedback loop would be different. And as we know, our relationship to LRPC is more stringent than DAC, which has a statutory, and the student accountability group student advisory group's a little bit herding cats, and you guys do a lovely job keeping them organized. So I think that was the only comment that I had about it. I think it was helpful, particularly on the specific questions, to see how we can do that. I agree, and I think we all can always do a better job of telling the committees what they are doing well and what we can use more from.
I thought it was great. Thank you. All right. Moving on then to the Board of Education reports.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? So our next meeting of the Board of Education is May 27th at 5 p.m. Agenda planning for that meeting is this Thursday, May 10th at 10:30, May 8th at 10:30 a.m. at Inverness. In the last couple weeks, I did 2 board engagements, one with Director Geiger at Rocky Heights and one with Director Weiniger at Sagewood Middle School. And they're just very engaged. We talked a lot about, a lot of them talk about the same things, so cell phones, AI, those sorts of things are hot topics and something that I look forward to talking about as a board. I think the rest of the stuff is just thanks. I know we're approaching the end of the year, so want to say first thank you to all of our teachers, our educators, our staff. I know this week is Appreciation Week, but in all reality, my heart appreciates you every day of the year. You guys have a really tough job, so thank you for everything that you do. And then congrats to all the upcoming graduates. It's an exciting time. Speaking of graduation, if all the directors will please remember to pick up your robes tonight and take them home to attend our graduations. Director Weiniger.
Thank you. Let's see. So since we last met, I attended the retirement ceremony, as Superintendent Kane mentioned, and that was really well put on. The host of it was very enthusiastic, and it's just always good to honor staff who've just been there for our students. And sad to say goodbye, but I liked his little phrase where he's like, going from tension to pension. So that was funny. And then I did get to attend the art exhibit at Legacy as well. Well, attend, I mean, you just walk through. A little biased because my daughter's was in it, so if you want to see it, it's there until the 8th. But yeah, it's really cool seeing all the different types of art each school does, and they all have, some of them do similar things, some do different, and yeah, it's amazing the talent we have in our school district. And then I attended 2 of the professional development days that Superintendent Kane presented to our teachers about the state of Douglas County School District. Very well done. A lot of enthusiasm from teachers, very excited of what we've all accomplished, well, mostly what they've accomplished and the students in our district have, and it was really good to go. And so if the public want to go on May 8th at Legacy, I think it's at 6, then please do, because it's a great presentation. And yeah, coming up, I have FOC and then graduations as well. So, good month.
All right, I think I'll start with Director Moore, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm trying here. I much apologize that I couldn't be there in person tonight, guys. I want to thank Director Meek for her hard work on 1.7. Well done. Not sure if I could fill your shoes and do as good a job on any ones that I do like that, but I'll try in the future. Thank Director Geiger for providing me some feedback on some stuff earlier today. I appreciate his input. I'm supposed to attend 2 committees tomorrow, Safety and Security and LRPC, and I just want to give everybody a heads up that I'm fighting some crazy virus really bad, and there's probably a good chance I won't make it to either meeting tomorrow, so I apologize. And that's all I have for now.
All right, Director Geiger.
I will be able to attend LRPC tomorrow, Director Moore, so we got that. Let's see, since the last meeting, I was invited to an Indian language teacher appreciation and competition. It's a private group that does education in 18 different Indian languages. They gave awards in 9 of them that included a lot of cultural information as well. It was fascinating. It was a full 4 hours, and I'd go back in a minute. A lot of our students there, it was held at one of our campuses. It was really it was a reminder of how diverse the metropolitan area and all of it is. I did a board update on the Rock Canyon High School Science Symposium. My last formal science class was Rocks for Jocks in 1983. So I was a bit concerned about understanding what was going on. But the great part is that it's not just about the science they do, it's about learning to present the science. And just everything from complicated evaluation of saw palmetto on PCOS to impact of introduction of wolves. Just brilliant kids. Just continually stunning about not just the work they do, but presenting it in a brilliant, articulate, condensed way. So that was a lot of fun. As we all know, every time you're with the kids is the better part of what we do here. I enjoyed very much the middle school involvement with Director Williams. Again, hearing 7-year-olds talk about how immature 6-year-olds are, or 7th graders talk about how immature 6th graders are, is a fascinating perspective on everything we're going to do. They all have very clear opinions. So I'll do LRPC tomorrow, so Director Moore, please get well. I'll be there Thursday night for the state of the district. And then again, we start graduations, my first one's on the 15th. So this is the good time of year.
It is. Director Myers.
Let's see, a week ago Monday, I attended the DCYI Youth Awards, and this year we honored 11 kids that had persevered through some things that I guess we can't even imagine sometime. And let's see, they got a $500 scholarship. And then I also attended 2 of high schools, Castleview and Douglas County, with Superintendent Kane. Very well received. I think the teachers were they loved the data and how good they're doing, and just the compliments and, of course, the game. So I think that was really great. They did a great job. Thank you.
Director Meek.
All right. First, thank you to Director Moore for your kind words, and thank you for not being here tonight. So we are staying healthy. But seriously, thank you for the kind words. So Director Geiger neglected to mention that he was at the DU Symposium where he was a keynote speaker along with some other distinguished guests. And Brad, you represented our district well. It was a really great event. I went last year. This is my second year. I really highly encourage us to go if we can. It's a free professional development event. They have individuals that have fact sheets on parent, family, and community engagement, which I'll share with our DAC as a resource. They had fact sheets on the mental health status of students, mental health status of teachers, the impact of immigration policy enforcement on K-12 schools and communities. It was just a fascinating day. Former Commissioner Katie Anthus spoke. She's out there giving all kinds of speeches on bringing polarized communities together, and she just does a fantastic job on that. So it was a great event, and Director Geiger, nice job. Attended the Perseverance Scholarship Program ceremony. So there were 13 students that were recognized, and we were able to see one of the videos today. I just highly encourage us to watch the videos. The amount of obstacles and challenges that students have every day, it's just an amazing reminder. You have students that have lost 2 parents. You have students with family members that have some significant challenges which impact them. You had a student who talked about the importance of speaking up around sexual assault because they were sexually assaulted and the student was non-binary. So imagine standing up in front of an audience, sharing your story, and just the amount of courage it takes. And I spoke to them afterwards, and they were describing the stats around sexual assault and the importance of speaking up and sharing your story, no matter how hard it is. And it really is just an inspiration. So that was an amazing event. I embarrassed myself. I just sat in the back and cried for a couple hours, 3 hours, I don't know. But it's an amazing reminder of why we do what we do. And then that evening, we had the retirement ceremony. And Mr. Brad, I always say it wrong, Whitticus, am I saying that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I said it right. He actually emceed, I guess, both. And I don't know where he gets his energy, but he was absolutely amazing, honoring the students in the morning and then honoring the retirees that evening. And it was just a phenomenal event. So that was amazing. Then I spent what else did I do? The elementary art show, I spent about an hour and a half. I had a very distinguished role where I picked out art pieces that will be brought here to Wilcox. So that was really fun, and you're right, it's just amazing when you walk through, and I spent an hour and a half studying art pieces from our elementary artists, and it was fantastic. And then I went to the Lone Tree Elementary musical, Beauty and the Beast. It's my 3rd year attending this event. Julia Wiley is the director. She organizes all of this, and it's just truly astounding how talented our students are and what an amazing show it was. So it was just wonderful. And then my last update is really a personal update. Just wanted to let everyone know that I will be on the ballot on June 24th for the special election. I put my name in for one of the potential home rule charter commission slots. And so, of course, my name is on there as an individual. It doesn't say Douglas County School District on it. It just has my name on it. And I'm doing that as an individual. But I do hope to bring back content and information and share, if voters vote to move forward the charter, to be able to provide resources to the board. That's it for me.
Christie,
Director Geiger?
The seminar that Director Meek and I attended, I spoke on our work in communicating about growth and decline. And so it was an honor to represent everything that this board did. One thing that I spoke to that got a very good reception is it's put on by their College of Education. It was attended by some of their graduate students. I spoke to one of their directors about that I felt it would be an interesting master's thesis to come to Douglas County and look at both how we led up to combinations and then how we are going to execute it next year. That got quite a bit of positive feedback. So I am hopeful that we might get one or two graduate students who are interested in looking at that as well. I'm stealing that idea from Rudy Luquez on our LRPC, who thinks we should be monetizing our corporation fund. But to have, I think there's a likelihood we may have a graduate student or two come look at how we did this and write it up in a way that I think it will be educational. When I spoke about what we did, a number of school board members and a couple of the graduate students found what we did to be kind of extraordinary.
Great, well, with that, I will move to number 26, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger. Aye. Passes 6-0. We are adjourned.